It wants some walking around money, and it wants to buy some shoes, and it wants to walk up with the people and say, hey, Gator don't play no shit. You feel me? Gator, never think about that.
For the community. Look. Damn man. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in there. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major. Yeah, I got my melanin. Guilty without no evidence. All natural, you know me. Jury, it's on me. Swagger, you matter. That's making me chase a fatter. Michael Jackson, but I'm better. Fuck all lives matter. All my teachers, all non-ether powers, I ain't got all mine either. I don't need a preacher, I just go within. We don't need a leader, no, we gonna win. I see apples with the win again. Tell a friend, we going in. All skin still ain't kin. Y'all heard the tribunal? They sweat us dead like funerals. Winning record like Kuno. Fly a lot like UFO. Joe Biden, you a hoe. You a hoe and you not original. We ain't going nowhere, you pitiful. We keep coming right back, residual. We over here lit, you know fuck about who you with. We just correcting our status and shit. What do you know about your citizenship? What do you know about your status and shit? I hate sophistics like shit. Whole system ain't shit. Do something about this shit. You ain't gotta say it something like a king. This is what I seen when I had a dream. Should've had a scene, do the right thing. Carbon-based being, let freedom. I don't want 48 cause I got 40 haters. Saving myself, I don't need no savior. Say what you want, just save it for later. I don't wanna save, I'm no lifesaver. I don't even know you, stranger danger. If you gon' smoke, I'm no park ranger. Not the online side, do me that favor. Everybody tribe up, had to be major. These G don't play with me, I don't got patience. I need some gases that only see agents. Beta is your fragrance, I come from the ancients. All this division is lame shit. I was telling my knee G the same shit. Get you something to play with. Real Indians ain't it. My files be flagrant. A lot of y'all pseudoscientists, you be fraud as hell. Your granddaddy did it, then you did it, you can ride in it. I don't know who with me or against me, it be hard to tell. Chaos energy, I'm heated, it get hot as hell. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Everybody tribe up, had to be major.
We're back. You little.
Yeah. It's been a long time coming. But we here. Choose a side, you go against me, that's like suicide. Sometimes just to find the truth, you gotta lose your mind. Using time to my advantage, I understand that everything's manifested in the way that I planned it. I'm still standing when the smoke clears. Blood, sweat, and no tears. I came from the bottom where nobody know what hope is. They ain't freeing themselves or achieving their wealth. So if they don't support me, they don't believe in themselves. Life's a reflection. You get the message, it's introspective. So if you search for hell or heaven, it's all connected in your brain. All kind of spirits live on this plane. Some are bad, some are good. Which ones you gon' entertain? Crown Legacy, the gang. I put my heart in this set. Racists hate our skin tones. They look at dark as a threat. That's why these hateful motherfuckers keep their palms on our necks. Had wolves, skin of bronze, bitch, we God in the flesh. Just follow the text. It's time to reveal revelations. We still being hated and we still separated. We built the whole nation but ain't get no reparations. Well, fuck a handout. If you want it, you better take it. This matrix been to enslave us, kill us, lock us in cages. We gotta move through these mazes. Nobody coming to save us. Take off your chains. Everything you ever knew was ours. Like Langston Hughes, like Huey Newton. Yeah, you was power. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Take your shit back. Yeah, take off your chains, everything you ever knew was ours. Like Langston Hughes, like Huey Newton, yeah, you was power. A true king born to rise from an infant. I do it for the lives that done died in the system. There's war outside for your mind and your spirit. Whatever's televised, telling lies to your vision. I'm indigenous, God body, strong and militant. And my squad is infamous, we come but diligent. Immortal in combat, so it's hard to finish him. He powerful, you gotta be a god to sit with him. I'm tapped in, my vessel's a voice for the ancestors from back then who wanted the world to demand better. I put my pen to the pad, start spitting what's real, and when I speak, that shit be giving them chills. I gotta tell you about your power, time to soak up your knowledge so you unlock it and rise like the sun. We pushing past the horizon. They watching from the side, but they don't wanna collide, cause who can stop us? Nobody, nigga. Nobody, straight heavyweights. These bronze bombers gon' detonate when we elevate from hell's kitchen to heaven's gates. We fighting hard times, dawg, so let me set it straight. You ain't got a strong mind, then nigga, we don't resonate. I don't feel cowards. Your willpower is your real power. We've been building their dreams so long, it's time to build ours. Cause shit won't change if we all stay the same. So if it all falls down, we should all take the blame, nigga. I seen the pain, I done witnessed the flaws. So if you don't pay attention, you won't get what you are. My spiritual energy was sent from the stars. Now bitch, I'm live from the temple of God, incarnated, nigga. My spiritual energy was sent from the stars. Now bitch, I'm live from the temple of God, incarnated, nigga. King Crunch. Infamous trial. Infamous trial lead. Infamous trial lead. Infamous trial lead. Triple D Texas, bro. You ain't scared about the shit you be talking about?
Fuck all that talking, I'm with it. Talk about business. Deep but just started, I finished. They say that I'm black, bitch, I'm engine. Fuck your Thanksgiving. Shoot at these races for Christmas. I ain't got no time for no limits. Bitch, I see murder, I'm there for my niggas. Master the peace with no just on the pictures. Take back for my pyramids, free my Egyptians. Disrespect my cook, they ass in a pot. Someone out set, conjure up, I'm in rhyme. Know that they know they act like they forgot. Bitch, we ain't slaves for the children of y'all. Fuck come together, they think that they better. They took out your cheddar, put rats in your camp. Erase your maps, infiltrate snaps. That's how long they been here, act like they can't count. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Outclip America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Outclip America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Outclip America. Run them out the block like Freddie Haynes. Push to the limit, we rip off the fence. If you ain't my brother, then I ain't gon' spend it. Heard they was coming, they sent up defenseless. Ain't nothing personal, bitch, it's just business. The blueberries got shooting habits. Being black is dope, police is super addicts. We get blamed for crimes, can't avoid the lashes. Passing prayers, never make it past them. They made you black and left you stuck with it. No kumbaya, nigga, fuck forgiveness. Don't forget oppression, don't forget the lynching. Still have to pop like the way in prison. So who the fuck want the smoky smoke? Like cigarettes, I open up and throw. Niggas can't be falling for the okie doke. Every time we ride, they try to give us dope. Running my low, my eyes low. When you move like God, the time slow. I came back for the blacks and John Doe's. Crack open them land patents, let go of them townhomes. What's a native to a native? Eat $5 dough if he not melanated. Pale faces got you waiting on a savior. Sending prayers up, he texting back on vacation. Yeah, God's children. Give all your praise to Jesus, but how God feeling? He say put no one before him in divine image. It's you with God or Christians. I got a vision, but niggas ain't gotta listen, so they don't. We came from the soil, wasn't fucking with no boats. Bible took our spirit, English potted on our homes. Tribal families turned on us, don't act like y'all don't know. But fuck them and they grudges. We was something turned to nothing. And now we nothing's turned to somethings. Reincarnation of ancients, fresh up out the oven. This the message to the black man. 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 Shooters on my roof, lawyers in the coop. We can never die, bitch, we bulletproof. This the message to the black man. This the message to the black man. Say you wasn't slaves, you was prisoners of war. You stop wasting your time, these other bitches ain't important. You ain't meditating, you ain't mating with the sauce. Like what the fuck's a noodle if you ain't painted with the sauce? I find it hard to trust the pastor who rather side with the master, who preaching we should submit while getting murdered and captured. About how we should wait on God is never our vernacular. They get paid and praised by the dollar long as they keeping us stagnant. And niggas think they woke, huh? Like you could change a whole world through a vote, huh? Like slave masters willing to let they slave go, huh? That slave master was probably your kinfolk, huh? History in reverse, a black king strategy. When blacks were your majesty, they always hide your pyramids but point to where the castles be. Aristocracies with your last name patented accurately. Yeah. And I ain't even tell half the shit. Like, I ain't even tell a quarter of the shit. I'm just getting started. Y'all niggas rap about busting guns and all this weird shit. I'm trying to get my people back, nigga.
People not only have to be re-educated to the importance of supporting black business, but the black man himself has to be made aware of the importance of going into business. And once you and I go into business, we own and operate at least the businesses in our community. What we will be doing is developing a situation wherein we will actually be able to create employment for the people in the community. And once you can create some employment in the community where you live, it will eliminate the necessity of you and me having to act ignorantly and disgracefully, boycotting and picketing some cracker someplace else, trying to beg him for a job.
Black on everything, nigga. Drop bricks. Tulsa. Kingsley. It's a brand, you know. Black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm just saying it's about time we expand, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make demands, you know. Take a chance, you know. Black on everything by the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know.
You know the saying, if you knew better, you'll do better. A lot of people ain't make it from where we came from, where it's too clever. Youngin' learns how to plant down on its own seeds, not a fruit better. Translation, you can only dumb your sound down if you let them do better. I'm the product of my poverty. Mama never owned property. The eviction notice landlord's game, that's the first form of monopoly. Found out I was indigenous to America, was a shock to me. Time to get my Aboriginal Americans out of poverty. Time to get it for real. Yup, we ain't gon' play no games with them. Linked up with some real hitters, that's where I'm from, with the same vision. Tulsa, okay, Greenwood, we gon' make it happen again. Aboriginal Wall Street for my ancestors, we gon' make it blend.
It's a brand, you know. Black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm just saying it's about time we expand, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make demands, you know. Take a chance, you know. Black on everything by the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know. I done built your walls, I done paid your fines, I done made you rich while I'm barely getting by. I done slaved away at your heart's desires, had to take it all away for a piece of mind. Taking back my cream and my dreams, Carvin King, fuck you mean. Hidden agendas that you never seen, like when the fuck is a COVID-19. Make us sick, they force vaccines, but we not trying to take no strings. Boost up black man self-esteem, no they not trying to see that scene. Cops blaming at us again, no more shaking hands. Black man with a master plan, they fear who I am. Trying to hide my identity, but I know where I stand. Grinding for me and the fam, reborn and do it again. It's a brand, you know, black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm just saying it's about time we expand, you know. Black on everything, take a glance, you know. You can see it on my shirt, on my pants, you know. Had to make these motherfuckers understand, you know. I'm saying it's about time we expand, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make demands, you know. Take a chance, you know. Black on everything for the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know. Take a stand, you know. Make amends, you know. Take a chance, you know. Fuck it, expand, you know. Black on everything for the fam, you know. I put that on everything that I am, you know.
Our hearts forever. Rest in peace, Dick Rowland. Rest in peace, Jimmy, Lily Franklin. And all the survivors. Shout out to all our ancestors, man. We coming back for everything that they stole. Let's get it.
Welcome. Once again, it's time. Yeah. It's King Isaiah, I'm demanding respect. I see everybody ballin' till it's time to connect. I see everybody kill us till you hand them a tech. Or cops read them they rights, nightsticks to they neck. Too many chasing the check instead of checking priorities. Flexing heavy on the ground, but you still a minority. Fucking whips, your chains, or anything that came after. Misleading black people, you a fucking slave master. This is Genesis, I'm flipping the page backwards. Listen to intuition, we ain't got the same pastors. Me, I follow no man, I can't be programmed. This soul food set the mood like a fucking slow jam. It's time to eat up. I'm 10 toes down, who gon' defeat us? I'm living gold, aboriginal, check my features. Who gon' speak up? I turn up and blow speakers. My own teacher, I grew up with no leaders. Can't trust people, cause they ain't telling the whole truth. Get directions to heaven, but you live in the hell too. That's how I feel, keeping it real. Love it or hate it, either way they trying to crucify me like the savior. Put thorns in my crown, they knowing that I'm a king. We been crossed too many times, whipped and hung from trees. I am my ancestors from the past that done bled, and now we here resurrected, bitch, I'm back from the dead, immortal. They can't kill me, I'm forever on the rise. They despise my genetics, it's something special about my kind. A descendant of the ones in the tombs. Brown babies coming from wombs, in tune with the sun and the moon, you feel me? If it ain't clear, it's time to switch optics. Cause ignorance got us moving in fear, and that bring them big profits. But I'm a prophet, so I kick knowledge. Cause the shit that you hearing on the radio got us misguided. They got our goddesses hating they real bodies, and the gods getting high off lean and pill popping. Bodies are still dropping. Is you paying attention? I guess not. You still paying to listen. I move different in my true image. Just too many projecting hate. Who gon' lift the whole world up and tell them they great? Everybody getting money, but who's spreading the bait? So we can buy back the block, start to better this place. Cause our skin tones is dark, it's divine mastery. The hair grown from my dome defies gravity, yeah. The real rulers of earth rebirth humanity. Facts. The queen's high and supreme, call her your majesty. Facts. You better batter me, listen, don't be a casualty. Fuck a colonizer, we guardians of the galaxy. They super late, bitch I move truth, fuck moving weight. Earth is our true estate, that let our lights illuminate and prosper. I promise I'm passionate with my power. I'm writing all my wrongs and balancing every chakra. Who gon' stop them? A daddy try. The reason you so scared to fly is cause you scared to die. But I exist on dimensions beyond this plane. You thinking it's all a game. When you open up your eyes, your energy start to change. We still traumatized and healing from all the pain. It's good versus evil, our enemies all the same. So I'm 10 toes down with my feet in the dirt. But when I leave Earth, you still hear me speaking this verse. His music is all my scriptures I've been keeping since birth. When I spoke them into existence, I was seeing my worth. My purpose is my perspective. I'm serving a higher message. A piece of the Most High is written in my genetics. I speak for my soul tribe. We shed a divine essence, releasing the soul ties to whatever we find negative light. Instead of bashing our women, we heal with them. Instead of running from problems, we deal with them. Instead of killing our brothers, we build with them. So, fuck the illusions, we seeing the real picture. We here. It's more spiritual than physical, nigga. If you ain't trying to bring change, you invincible, nigga. For real, my message lives, it's invincible, nigga. And fuck being rich if you ain't got no principles, nigga. Cramp.
Hey, let me say something real quick. All these years we've been calling each other niggas and they think we tripping. Have our own kind looking at us with resentment, but listen. You see, we not slaves, but we are the descendants. But this is a new age, so it's time to transition. Nigga means noble individual, grace and godly ambition. Cause we always make gold out of the labels that they give us. Cause this is our land, we were the first that ever existed. So respect your temple, honor your pigment. From the motherland to the other lands, we are.
Indigenous.
Hey man, let me go ahead and make this proclamation. That's the hottest fucking song of the century, nigga. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. That nigga King of Zir different. Like every time, you know how many times I done heard the song, I done spoken to the man, I done asked the man, what was he doing? What was he on? God damn it, what the fuck was you on, nigga? Like he had to be eating the most highest nutritional fruits, nigga. Like before he smoked some of the best.
That nigga tapped into Nas. That's what happened. He had tapped into Nas then.
That shit right, boy. I'm talking about that nigga King Isaiah, bro. That nigga getting the bag, bro. It's nothing like it, gang. It's nothing like it, bro. Like even Nas, right? Nas be dropping some jewels and shit like that. But Nas be on that Africa shit. Like this nigga King Isaiah, he dropped so many jewels, nigga. You could just play that to your babies, right? And just keep replaying them and let them memorize the words to that song. Yeah. And God damn it, nigga, if they won't have a good motherfucking gauge on what's going on out here, nigga. Like, no bullshit, gang. Like, I'd be like, I don't know, man. That nigga, they're different. But shout out to all the American Aborigines. We are back once again. You know, gonna fill in. I don't know what the fuck happened to back channel and shit. Goddamn, we're gonna goddamn keep it going. Make sure y'all hit that like button. We got 55 people in the building.
You got a request to run it back, big time, huh? I got a request to run it again too. Run that one more time if you don't mind, Maestro Selector.
One more, goddamn, one more. Y'all want to hear the jewels one more time? He dropped a lot. You might want to get your pen and paper, nigga, because he dropped so many. Like it's bar after bar after bar. Like the one bar leads to another bar. He's like a monkey on a bar on the jungle gym. Nigga. He's just jumping and leaping from bar to bar, leading you on the bar. This nigga's a real life bartender, gang. Like I'm just saying, gang. Like I didn't write the shit, nigga. I wish I had some inkling of what the fuck he was on when he wrote this shit. Maybe I do to a certain extent, you know, in other forms of facets. But god damn it, nigga, when it comes to lyricism and lyrical content, you know what I'm saying? Metaphors, similes, and double and triple entendres, and like, god damn. Like, check this shit out, gang.
Welcome. Once again, it's time. Yeah. It's King Isaiah, I'm demanding respect. I see everybody ballin' till it's time to connect. I see everybody killers till you hand them a tech. Or cops read them they rights, nightsticks to they neck. Too many chasing the check instead of checking priorities. Flexing heavy on the ground, but you still a minority. Fucking whips, your chains, or anything that came after. Misleading black people, you a fucking slave master. This is Genesis, I'm flipping the page backwards. Listen to intuition, we ain't got the same pastors. Me, I follow no man, I can't be programmed. This soul food set the mood like a fucking slow jam. It's time to eat up. I'm 10 toes down, who gon' defeat us? I'm living gold, aboriginal, check my features. Who gon' speak up? I turn up and blow speakers. My own teacher, I grew up with no leaders. Can't trust people, cause they ain't telling the whole truth. Your directions to heaven, but you living in hell too. That's how I feel, keeping it real. Love it or hate it, either way they trying to crucify me like the savior. Put thorns in my crown, they knowing that I'm a king. We been crossed too many times, whipped and hung from trees. I am my ancestors from the past that them bled, and now we here resurrected, bitch, I'm back from the dead, immortal. They can't kill me, I'm forever on the rise. They despise my genetics, it's something special about my kind. A descendant of the ones in the tombs. Brown babies coming from wombs, in tune with the sun and the moon, you feel me? If it ain't clear, it's time to switch optics. Cause ignorance got us moving in fear, and that bring them big profits. But I'm a prophet, so I kick knowledge. Cause the shit that you hearing on the radio got us misguided. They got our goddesses hating they real bodies, and the gods getting high off lean and pill popping. Bodies are still dropping. Is you paying attention? I guess not. You still paying to listen. I move different in my true image. Just too many projecting hate. Who gon' lift the whole world up and tell them they great? Who gon' tell everybody getting money, but who's spreading the bait? So we can buy back the block, start to better this place. Cause our skin tones is dark, it's divine mastery. The hair grown from my dome defies gravity, yeah. The real rulers of earth rebirth humanity. Facts. The queen's high and supreme, call her your majesty. Facts. You better batter me, listen, don't be a casualty. Fuck a colonizer, we guardians of the galaxy. They super late, bitch, I move truth, fuck moving weight. Earth is our true estate, that let our lights illuminate and prosper. I promise I'm passionate with my power. I'm writing all my wrongs and balancing every chakra. Who gon' stop? I'm a dead to try. The reason you so scared to fly is cause you scared to die. But I exist on dimensions beyond this plane. You thinking it's all a game. When you open up your eyes, your energy start to change. We still traumatized and healing from all the pain. It's good versus evil, our enemies all the same. So I'm 10 toes down with my feet in the dirt. And when I leave earth, you still hear me speaking this verse. This music is all my scriptures I've been keeping since birth. When I spoke them into existence, I was seeing my worth. My purpose is my perspective. I'm serving a higher message. A piece of the most high is written in my genetics. I speak for my soul tribe. We shed a divine essence, releasing the soul ties to whatever we find negative light. Instead of bashing our women, we heal with them. Instead of running from problems, we deal with them. Instead of killing our brothers, we build with them. So, fuck the illusions, we seeing the real picture. We here. It's more spiritual than physical, nigga. If you ain't trying to bring change, you invincible, nigga. For real, my message lives, it's invincible, nigga. And fuck being rich if you ain't got no principles, nigga. Cramp.
Hey, let me say something real quick. All these years we've been calling each other niggas and they think we tripping. Have our own kind looking at us with resentment, but listen. You see, we not slaves, but we are the descendants. But this is a new age, so it's time to transition. Nigga means noble individual, grace and godly ambition. Cause we always make gold out of the labels that they give us. Cause this is our land, we were the first that ever existed. So respect your temple, honor your pigment. From the motherland to the other lands, we are
indigenous.
Man, oh man, it don't get old, gang. It's too much in that one song, nigga. You could never, we need a lyric. We need a lyric.
He don't beg for no hook. He don't even want a hook. He going straight in from beginning to end. Fuck a hook. I got this.
Peace to the Most High is written in my genetics. Goddamn it! Like, wait a minute. How the fuck? How is peace to the Most High written? I just one day we gonna do a lyrical breakdown with King here, gang. We gonna do a lyric breakdown with King is here, okay? Like that nigga there, he's somebody different, gang. Like I'm telling you, like I ain't never heard a Pan African song, a black nationalist song. Matter of fact, I'll put that up against the Negro hymnal spirituals that all you niggas learn to lift every voice and sing. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'll put that up. I'll put that track up and I'll bitch slap pretty much damn near every track you can bring just with that one track. And the crazy thing is he got more than one track. And we got more than just King Azir. Like we got so many talented artists in every regard, whether it be through music, through art, through artistic expressions. Like you know what I mean? We them people, gang. Like we them people, gang. Like and it's evident with what people would like to call this so-called new movement, which it ain't new, but you know what I'm saying? The so-called Aboriginal movement, like the inspiration to make some shit like that. Nigga, like y'all don't even know what time it is yet. Like I'm telling you, gang, y'all don't even know. Shout out to let me get some shout outs before we get started. We got 75 people in the building. I'm gonna need y'all to hit that like button one time for me. I'm gonna need y'all to share this out on all your favorite social medias. Let's try to get 150 people in the building. Only way we're gonna be able to do that is y'all give me the help a brother out special. All right. Shout out to Po Man Podcast. Who coined that? Shout out to Sister Soul. I see Smoke in the building. I see Roger W in the building. I see Coppertone in the building. Who else we see? I see Thomir in the building. Michael Indian in the building. Big Dog Philly OG. Brother Knowledge is in the building. What's up, gang? Mr. Miller is High Life. What up with it? Miss Geechee got in the building. Kato Morris in the building. What else we got up in here? Jeremiah Myers is in the building. Sagittarius Jones. Unica Rector is back in the building. What's up, my sister Rashad TSL in the building? Yazel. Jan Royner, Ariza Aboriginal. Keith Cobbs in the building. What's up, gang? I see my sister Navi Poet in the building. Yamaha Gold. What's up with y'all?
Yeah, you wanna, you wanna. I talk to you later after that. Don't worry. Keep going in. Big up to the people there.
I see Libra Son in the building. I see Real Black King in the building. What up with it? Oh man, that's just what we're starting on today. This how we start. Hold on 1 second. Gang. Oh, here we go. It's my heat right here. 1 second. 1 second, gang. Alrighty. Y'all ready? So before we get started, let's just go ahead and address this shit right here. It says Ghost of Aboriginal TV is totally pseudo. Aboriginal TV was shut down for promoting a crypto scam and threatening to kill black people. This channel will be reported shut down as well. Woo! Those are some
Long allegations there, boss.
oh, those right there are, ooh, man. I don't even know. I'm pretty sure at some point I would definitely threaten anybody who potentially threatens my family, no matter what color of the skin they have. You know what I'm saying? So I'm probably pretty sure I'm guilty of that in certain specific contexts. But in no way have I ever came out and just wanted to threaten somebody or their family. I'm more smart. I'm too smart for that, gang. I know the power of my voice. I know I could pull your whole soul out your body and put it back and goddamn have you trying to find me somewhere. Yeah, like yeah, I know I have that power, so I make sure I just utilize that properly. I try to keep, my frequency at a positive love frequency. You know what I'm saying? And that's how we do it. But as far as what you were saying, um, in order for something to be a scam, you gotta prove that somebody was scammed, first of all. Okay. Um, the dollar is a business, like it's a registered business. Okay. Um, so if you have any, grievances or things of that nature, there are proper channels and avenues that you could go through to air your misgrievances, right? We've been around for a little minute now, even through the crypto crash. And I have yet to hear one individual who said they've been scammed by the digital black dollar brand. But either way, you know what I'm saying? If that's your opinion, we value all opinions here, right? So my next question would just be, are you a holder of the digital black dollar? And would you mind coming up here and telling us your story? You know, allegations can be made easily, but why don't you come up here and qualify and quantify exactly who you know or what took place in the chat? You know what I'm saying? And also, drop my Aboriginal TV too link in the chat so people can go subscribe over there in case the haters are successful. All right, hold on. Let's see. We have our first digital black dollar. What would we call this, Naughty? What would we call it?
Where you trying to get around?
I think is that we just gonna call it a grievance, right? It's the first grievance we've heard legitimately from somebody who actually may have been affected, right? Because in order to charge me with a crime, it has to be a victim, no?
So that's the first complaint to the compliance office.
I don't know. I don't know exactly that's what we're trying to figure out. The link is in the chat for all.
It would be the second complaint though, right?
Or what would be the first one?
Then YouTube make a complaint. Says someone else made a complaint for them to initiate the
Nah, that ain't how it works. So if your channel gets struck or if your channel violates community guidelines or something to that extent, it's not based off of just the word of the individual, right? They have the ability to report it, right? Then ultimately what is being reported has to be observed and then determined whether it does violate guidelines or not, right? So that is how it goes. So if somebody does report you, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get struck, right? You could get struck, and then they ultimately determine that the strike you didn't violate and put you back on. Like it's its own little political game and shit. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, all we can continue to do is put out the information. Ride with those who ride with us because that's who we putting the information out for. And those who really support this platform and really support the brands, like they know where to find me. You know what I'm saying? They always have access to me. So whether I'm on YouTube or not, you know what I'm saying? It don't really matter to me because ultimately I'm always gonna be doing the work. You know that, Naughty. Before we was even when we was back in the goddamn hangouts and shit, we was doing these same conversations, the same thing. So
doing the work, bro, amongst each other.
So yeah. With that being said, then nobody's gonna come up here and air their grievances. We're gonna assume that you trolling, and any of the moderators at any time, y'all can go ahead and slide them on out of here. And the only way you're gonna be able to air your grievance of voice is if you come on the panel like an adult and you know, express and articulate what took place.
Excuse me.
What you were saying again?
Oh no, I was saying excuse me. I heard bust a burp.
Okay, so I think I got about an hour and 15 minutes or so before, or maybe an hour and 20 minutes for my TikTok is free.
What you want to get into? You want to get into some studies before you let the flabbergasters up here, or you want to let the flabbergasters up and we study up on next another time? Because I'm
Well,
sure the flabbergasters like got a lot of hot air they want to release.
I mean, you know, there's never not a lack of people who have a bunch of hot air to expound upon on the platforms. I think, you know, if we provide the environment, that definitely will take place. I mean, right now, the environment is calm, cool, and collected, and it's set and prime for some information. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
we'll see how it goes. And bring Big Dog in. What's up, Big Dog?
What's up, big dog?
Yeah, it's me, brother. I was getting my earpiece together. Grand Rising. Much respect to everybody, man. Power to the people.
What's up, King man? What's up? Power to you.
All right. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. All right. Let me get some TVs in the chat. Make sure we got good audio as well as good visuals. Try to get it close for y'all.
Yo, it looked like we might have a one of them natives in the chat named Joe asking for the link.
I don't think he's asking. The link is in the chat.
He probably wanted you to drop it again. He probably just now coming in. But you wanna get into the info before the father got to come up here. Let me do some studying, shopping we brain before we exert all energy resources. You know, let me get a little smart right now.
All right, let's get into it. We got 93 people in the building. Let's get 150 people in the building. Only we're gonna be able to do that. So if y'all bang the like button, share the video out. Let's talk about it. So we have what we typed in black nationalism, right? Everybody's heard this term before, yes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pan Africans use it. They say they not Pan Africans, they black nationalists, right? So let's just see what the fuck they got going on. So when you look on there, it says nationalism, nation forming. We got nationalism in the Middle Ages, the anthem, church, colors, emblem, father, flag, epic, God, identity, language, myth, sport, state, treasure. Okay. Core values, the allegiance, the independence, the patriotism, self-determination, solidarity. Okay. Now, look at all these types of black nationalism. You got African. You got alt-right, anarchist, banal, blind, bourgeoisie, business, chauvinism, civic. It says American, Indian, Irish, communist, conservative, constant. Why would it say Indian though? Is that like Indian? Yeah, okay, they saying India. Constitutional patriotism, corporate, cultural, cyber, ecological, economic, ethnic, European, expansionism. Now, what does European have to do with black nationalism? I guess they just maybe seeing all these different. Okay, anyway, let's finish. Integral, left wing populism, moderate, musical. Oh shit, hold on. Liberal, mystic, neo, new, racial, religious. Okay. So black power, black power, black power. So it's safe to say that black nationalism is associated with black power. Let's see. I don't know why all these things is here. Okay, we got the Black Arts Movement, Black is Beautiful, Black Power Revolution, Kwanzaa, African Socialism, Africana Womanism, Afrocentrism, Black Anarchism, Black Feminism, Black Leftism, Black Nationalism, Black Pride, Black Separation, Black Supremism, Hutu Power, Pan-Africanism, and intercommunalism. So here's a bunch of black nationalist organizations. All right, let's see what they say. It says black nationalism is a type of racial nationalism or pan-nationalism which espouses the belief that black people are a race and seeks to develop and maintain a black racial and national identity. Black nationalist activism revolves around the social, political, and economic empowerment of black communities and people, especially to resist their cultural assimilation into white culture through integration or otherwise, and maintain a distinct black identity. Black nationalists often promote black separatism, which posits the belief that black people should form territorially and politically separate nation states. Without achieving this goal, some black separatists employ a nation within a nation approach, abdicating various degrees of localized separation, which may be a response to several centuries of various forms of structural and cultural subjugation in many nation states. Pan-African black nationalists variously advocate for continental African unity, aiming to eventually transition away from racial nationalism or cultural unity among the African diaspora, which entails either a return to African or sustained connection between Africa and American black nations. Rejecting black separatism, some U.S. based black nationalists conceive the black nation in cultural terms as a part of American pluralism. Some black nationalists promote black supremacy, which envisions black superiority over other racial groups. Black nationalists often reject the term in comparison with white supremacy, characterizing their movement by an anti-racist reaction to white supremacy and colorblind white liberalism as racist. Critics of black nationalism argue that it promotes violence, racial hostility, and other forms of discrimination. The movement arose within the African American community in the United States in the early 20th century. Man, let's just stop right the fuck there, goddammit, because don't they always be saying that these niggas been saying they African since they've been writing on the Elder Scrolls and shit. I could have swore you niggas said these niggas was writing it way back in the goddamn. No, am I tripping? That ain't what. Not a coincidence. The niggas we say our people was writing for 273 years during slavery. We was saying we was out there, right?
Pull up. Right quick. Pull up Doctor Check It Antelope.
Shake antelope.
Antidote.
And you are terrible with names, and
Doctor Check Antidote. That's his name. Antidote. Diope. Anta.
yeah, shake CDI. Yeah, okay. What
Yeah.
about him?
Yeah. Pull him up with W.D. Du Bois in 1966, the World Festival of Black Arts and Culture. And for the people in the same time period, this was the world renowned anthropologist slash Egyptologist slash linguist that declared all life comes from Africa. This is where you're getting your idea from. And the whole reason behind the idea is because of the Calaveras skulls that was found that showed that it was a um a Garibaldi man instead of a Cro-Magnon man, and it showed that the Garibaldi man was from the Americas, and it is the same race that they've been finding throughout them land and other lands that they recognize in as part of Africa. So he was the host. Okay, so he was the director of the carbon division, the carbon dating division inside of the school over in Drakkar, right? And what the fuck he was Cambridge, and Oxford put the man in place to pull us a narrative away from the Americas and adopt it to Africa. Point blank. That's all I was trying to say.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, we know he was a pay agent.
Yeah. But that's where you're getting your whole, like anyone getting their whole identity that all man come from Africa, and especially all black man come from Africa. Yeah, that's where they're getting that from that man right there. In contestants to the Calaveras skulls that they found in California, which is the exact implementary of a real man, an indigenous man, the skull base and everything. But yeah, I just had to spread that knowledge right there.
So it says the movement arose within the African American community. So they say that's not when it started. They say when the niggas started fucking with it. Now, ironically, this is the same time period that they was running coups on niggas and running them out of their towns and shit. Right? Then you got these chicken wing eating niggas coming saying, "Hey y'all, I bet it's really bad out there, huh? Well, the good white folks did what? Well, we could go to Africa. I think we from there." Like, you know what I'm saying? They set that right on up perfectly, right? Well, we running these niggas out these towns, right? We got good old Marcus Garvey in the gang to try to motherfucking get them to believe they from Africa and it'd be beneficial for them to go back. No? So it says Garveyism, which was promoted by the U.S. based Marcus Garvey, furthered black nationalist ideas. Black nationalist ideas also proved to be an influence on the Black Islam movement, particularly on the groups like the Nation of Islam, which was formed by Wallace Fard Muhammad during the 1960s. Black nationalism influenced the Black Panther Party and the broader Black Power movement. Martin Delany an African American abolitionist. So what does that tell you when you hear an African American abolitionist? What does that indicate? That nigga free, ain't he? He gotta be free if he fighting for the rights and freedom of other people, no? So this nigga's free fighting for what they want you to believe is goddamn the rights of him and his people. But I'm starting to believe, and other people have postulated in the community, and I'm confirming, that these motherfuckers was fighting for these white slaves. They was fighting to free them. And a lot of these people that they put in front of us in our community as great minds and speakers, these be the products of these, interbreedings and intermarryings. It says he was arguably the first prominent proponent of black nationalism. Delaney is credited with the Pan-African slogan of Africa for Africans. And I agree. Africa should be for Africans. I just don't feel like you get to determine who the fuck I am. It says, inspired by the success of the Haitian Revolution, the origins of black and indigenous African nationalism in political thought lie in the 19th and early 20th century, with people such as Marcus Garvey, Benjamin Pap Singleton, Henry McNeill Turner, Martin Delaney, Henry Highland Garnett, Edward Wilmot Blyton, Paul Cuffey, and others. The reparations of African American slaves to Liberia or Sierra Leone was a common black nationalist theme in the 19th century. Marcus Garvey's Universal Negro Improvement Association of the 1910s and 20s was the most powerful black national movement to date. Claiming millions of members, Garvey's movement was opposed by mainline black leaders and crushed by government actions. However, its many alumni remembered its inspiring rhetoric. According to Wilson Jeremiah Moses, black nationalism as a philosophy can be examined from three different periods, giving rise to various ideological perspectives for what we can today consider black nationalism. The first period of pre-classical black nationalism began when the first Africans were brought to the Americas as slaves through the American Revolutionary period. Listen to this shit, gang. So this is the first part, right? They ain't got no source for the whole. They ain't got nothing connected to it. They just said it. The second period of black nationalism. Oh, somebody trying to say
themselves at that point, though.
Hey, I guess so. I'm just saying though, like, there's no evidence to support that they brought Africans from Africa at the time period they saying they did. Like, I'm trying to see the evidence. The second period of black nationalism began after the Revolutionary War. This period refers to the time when a sizable number of educated Africans within colonies. See how they try to use it like all black people as Africans, like all the niggas there was Africans, have become distinguished with the social condition that arose out of the Enlightenment's ideas. Arose out of England and Pennsylvania. Have become disgusted with the social conditions that arose out of the Enlightenment ideas. From this way of thinking came the rise of individuals within the black community who sought to create organizations that will unite black people. The intention of these organizations was to group black people together so they could voice their concerns and help their own community advance itself. This form of thinking can be found in historical personalities such as Prince Hall, Richard Allen, Absalom Jones, James Forten, Cyrus Bustle, William Gray, though their need to become founders of certain organizations such as African Masonic Lodges, the Free African Society, and church institutions such as the African Episcopal Church of St. Thomas. These institutions serve as early foundations to developing independent and separate organizations for their own people. The goal was to create groups to include those who so many times have been excluded from exclusively white communities and government-funded organizations. The third period of black nationalism arose during the post-Reconstruction era, particularly among the various African-American clergy circles. Separated circles were already established and accepted because African Americans had long endured the oppression of slavery and Jim Crowism in the United States since its inception. The clerical phenomenon led to the birth of the modern form of black nationalism that stressed the need to separate blacks from non-blacks and build separate communities that would promote racial pride and collective resources. The new ideology became the philosophy of groups like the Moorish Science Temple of America and Nation of Islam. By 1930, Wallace Fard Muhammad had founded the Nation of Islam. His method to spread information about the Nation of Islam used unconventional tactics to recruit individuals in Detroit, Michigan. Later on, Elijah Muhammad would lead the nation and become mentor to people like Malcolm X. Although 1960s brought a period of heightened religious, cultural, and political nationalism, it was black nationalism that would lead the promotion of Afrocentrism. So, Prince Hall was an important social leader of Boston following the Revolutionary War. He is well known for the contribution and as the founder of Black Freemasonry. So what's the Black Freemasonry and White Freemasonry? Can you expound upon that, Nadi? Or somebody?
So in them times, the Masonic thing came over from Europe, that whole essence of sight, and it was for a class of people, the new founders of the land, the new construction of the new United States of America. This come in with Columbus and them ideology. At that time, you wasn't allowed to be a Freemason if you wasn't considered white. Now, white as in status. Remember, you had most of the majority of the people that was European was of a melanated color, but they identified as white.
So
these were the ones that ran the factories, and that was basically in business with the crown that set up the colonies, that had different establishments and factories inside the colonies that was running these things. These were your whites. Your slaves were the indigent servants coming over. That's why you still have an identity of slave. Again, it's going to be the ones that didn't fill the positions in the factory that had to be sold out. Because a person on a boat that bring over 200 people and he only sell off 150 to the establishment that he brought them up, the other 50 got to go on an auction block because he's not going to travel back with passengers. He don't have no housing facility to hold slave, while apparently indigent servants that wasn't purchased, that wasn't put to a duty to do, was still considered as a slave as well. And the people have to say it again, all them people as indigenous servants was coming from Africa. They was coming from Africa. So the regular man had a outside of what would be black Masonic. So they started to take the sighting and teachings and secret society amongst themselves in certain communities that wanted to be like the plantation holders and you understand, it was a class, like a class basis. But the whites, it got changed over again at a certain point where whites started to see as a skin color. But those whites didn't recognize the melanated as Masons. They wasn't part of the same society in the earlier days. Even up to this time, you're not really, and you can see the whole structure of the United States is based up. If a Mason pretty much come see a person that could be one of his brother in the brotherhood, he might ask that brother, "Are you traveling?" And this is basically what you got to even inform to the Masonic police when you're moving up and down the road. I'm traveling. it's a code word to the Masonic Society that you identify with their society, and you know how to get by in their society, even if you're not actually um um conscious to it or not. You're still part of a society, and that's what a lot of us fail to realize. But yeah, black or white, again, look at the checkerboard. You're gonna have the same square dynamic as in representation of a Mason, but in a different class of colorism, which is going to put them in a different class of status, knowledge of, and production accordingly. It's an order out of chaos. But go ahead, I ain't trying to get too deep on that. Or did I go deep enough?
Mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at this PDF. Okay, so it says his life and past are unclear, but he is believed to have been a former slave after 21 years of enslavement. In 1775, Hall and 15 other black men joined the Freemason Lodge of British soldiers. After the departure of their soldiers, they created their own lodge, African Lodge Number 1, and were granted full stature in 1784. Granted stature by who? Despite their stature, other white Freemason lodges in America did not treat them as equal, and so Hall began to help other black Masonic lodges across the country to help their own cause, to progress as a community together despite any difficulties brought to them by racists. Hall was best recognized for his contributions to the black community, along with his petitions in the name of black nationalism. In 1787, he unsuccessfully petitioned to Massachusetts legislature to send blacks back to Africa. In 1788, Hall was well known, contributed to the passing of the legislation of the outlawing of the slave trade and those involved. Hall continued his efforts to help his community, and in 1796, his petition for Boston to approve funding for black schools. Hall and other black Bostonians wanted separate schools to distance themselves from white supremacy and create well-educated black citizens. Despite the city's inability to provide a building, Hall lent his building for the school to run from until his death in 1807. All right, cool. And we got the Free African Society. So we got all of these black nationalist examples. This is a lot of people, no? A lot of movements, a lot of energy, money, a lot of everything, huh?
And all of it is a Masonic leadership.
Everybody you know, everything you know about blackity black, like it's all right here packaged up. Ain't that fucking crazy? Hold on, what this say right here? It says, hold on. Oh, these are people who just criticizing it. Okay, so yeah, so basically, this is your conscious community in a nutshell, no? Some form of facet. It covers and encompasses pretty much everything and everybody and whatever they working on and perpetuating. It falls under this black nationalism. My question is, are you okay with that? Like, do you agree that the behaviors that's been perpetuated for, let's just say, since the turn of the 20th century, has all been perpetuated towards this narrative? And we can see the remnants of it. We can actually see the results, no? How effective it's been, how well it's worked. What are y'all opinions? Do y'all think black nationalism has worked for so-called melanated folks in the Americas?
Like OG Phileas say, bro, these these black people have sold us out. We sold out ourselves by joining, by orchestrating, by blindly overlooking in front of ourselves. It's like I don't know, bro. I know people about that. They hear me say I don't know, but I really truly don't know what is missing for the people to really catch on to what's going on.
I know that. I think a lot of you niggas is agents. I ain't gonna lie. I think you know you're an agent, and I don't think you have a problem with being an agent. But part of your job is to not act like one. You know. So with all that being, it's kind of hard to decipher and determine who is and who ain't working against you. At the end of the day, I'm going with my ancestors and my intuition to tell me. We're gonna take a quick break. We will be right back, gang.
Crazy at all, okay? Everybody knows saying that Dirty is crazy. Dirty is not crazy at all. Dirty just foresee a lot that a lot of people don't foresee.
I swear nobody could touch mine. The king with aboriginal bloodlines, indigenous wherever the sun shines. I got it covered. We've been discovered the sacred land, not Columbus. Stop the front and you're hating. The natives was copper color. We the greats, we embrace indigenous DNA. Ancestors beaten, raped, they captured us. We were slaves, but before we was peaceful people striving. They seen it, typical colonizer saying all our kindness is weakness, destroying nations. Diminished our history, then erased it. Committed genocide, turned corpses to corporations. Brought more of us on the slave ship. They was taking us for fools, and we still waiting for that 40 acres and a mule. Tell them run that, it's going down like a sunset. Our genocide was a setback for major comebacks. I run laps around these lies, speak facts you gotta find, but it's hard to rise cause we all trapped inside our minds. So it's time to break the chain, stop fighting and make a change. Different tribes worldwide, united on the terrain, giving game on survival. We passing the truth on how to live off the land and grow natural foods. Let's get it.
Yo, yo. Yo, your mic on mute.
Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you can hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, man. We will be, once we hit 1,000 members on our website, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna do a special giveaway. So make sure if you're not signed up, you know what I mean, it's free. Make sure you tell your people, tell your friends about it, tell everybody. Go sign up. Go sign up. Once we hit 1,000, we definitely will be doing a giveaway. We probably will be giving away some more points today at some point. But let's get into something else real quick. See if they'll let us rock with this.
Who were enslaved in China in the large numbers formed a significant part of the Argentine Revolution. Years 1778, according to a census carried out by the Spanish Council, it was discovered for 4% of Argentina's population. Many years later, of the Argentina is currently the whitest 15.7 carried out numbers formed a significant. The Afro-Argentines are blacks from Africa who were enslaved in Argentina in the 1890s.
Do you see how they preface and start everything with that? Everything. See, they won't be genuine about the fact that even making that statement gives the inclination that all the niggas with dark skin are some enslaved. Like, this is the genocide. Like, you know what I mean? This is the subtle genocide that they just so chancely or happenstancely, just so matter of factly, goddamn articulate. You know,
large numbers formed a significant part of the Argentina population, but after a few years, their numbers decreased 78. According to a census carried out by the Spanish Council, it was discovered that the Afro-Argentines were about 37% of Argentina's population. Many years later, they dropped to about 15% of the total population, and now Argentina is currently the whitest country in South America. Of the impossible to find notable careers and yet no.
we're gonna try to get it back going. We're gonna try to start it back up. Let's see. We can get it started back up. Let's see. We got 116 in the building. Can I get a like check? Can I get a like check?
We're going to be Argentines and what led to their reduction and eradication in our. Let's dive in. In the 16th century, black people were captured from their homelands in Africa and enslaved with their feet and hands chained. Some were from the islands. Were from the Democratic Republic of Islands, while the majority were from ethnic groups speaking from territories. Prize and gold. The
All right, so it's appearing like we ain't about to listen to this. That's not about. Yeah.
Well, let me do our own study. Can you pull some things on?
I'm not gonna be no motherfucking goddamn librarian, man. I'm not no librarian.
No.
I can it up, but I don't want to be librarian.
We'll be right here. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna move around a bit. We're gonna be here though.
What you gonna pull up?
Go and pull up the Nez Perce Indian.
The what?
Nez Perce.
You ain't gonna give me no spelling or nothing. You just gonna throw that out there like that.
Nez space Perz. I think it Perz. Nez Perce Indians. Put in their 1 inch clay tablet right behind it.
You talking about Chief Joseph?
Yeah.
Uh,
What do we have what do we have in the medicine pouch?
I don't know. What is it? What is this song?
It's a 1 inch square tablet from a white ancestor, from his white ancestors, 2040 BCE.
I'm confused like a mother.
Okay. Is showing his direct descendancy to the white man.
Who?
Um,
The, oh, the
eh?
neck hurt. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Hold on. I found a website.
You can even look up Plutarch's Dephesi, where he stated that the Roman citizens knew of a land west of Britain, and they sent great Greek colonies to set up colonies to this land. That and the colonies was named the Azores. This was back in Plutarch's time. You have the Chinese calling the land of America Fusang from ancient times because they already knew what was going on over here. Even Columbus' own record now is that he was going on the globe idea, the globe centric idea to go around to hit India because he thought they was right, but he never got that far. He never got that far because they didn't believe the land. They knew of the land, but they didn't believe of the land because they felt like at a certain point they can go around the line. They didn't believe. They believed in the stories, people leaving, but they always took it as people was dropping off the face of the earth because the people then would never um, come forward again, or they would just touch islands and come back again. But go ahead, go to what you have.
No, you said I'm just looking at their website. I have no idea who these people is. So you saying they found some tablets?
No, he have tablets that was given to him from passed down by generation. It's a 1 inch clay tablet, 1 square inch clay tablet from his white ancestors that date back 2040 BC.
Oh my God! How do you know? How do we quantify that?
Um, put in put in
No, I'm saying like even if we find it, like how do we quantify what they saying is true?
well, they he claiming that is not only him. I think they did a carbon dating on it and come up with some bullshit like that. But I can't quantify that. I just giving you.
I was like, so they so the ancient. I've seen other books that have said there were white tribes here and shit too. I'm
Yeah,
not. I'm,
the Aztecs they got the mirror on their wall. They painted it when when your boy what was his name? Fuck.
they were a tribal nation of the Walla Walla Council. Hmm. The Walla Wallas, they say. That comes from some Nickelodeon show. I just can't remember it right now. The Walla Wallas. Hmm.
You had your boy what's his name? My guy Hernando Cortez, I think. Hernando Cortez, if my regulation reserve me correctly. He was on the Visigothic invasion. During the Visigothic invasion of Liberia, he left the Ottoman circle there and came. That's when he went to Mexico to go have refuge over at the Aztec village because they already had it plotted out. They sent them people over here. So he went to the Aztec, and the Aztec saying was that um when a great bearded white man come on the ship from bearing from the west, the that'll be the messenger from their god or their god himself coming to relinquish the works unto the people. So that's why the Aztecs were so freely to give over them land and them position over to the man and even go over and invade the Mayans. They used them to invade the Mayans and give off the Mayan location. Hernando Cortez, I believe his name is. That was during the Aztec time. You even have fetching African and Roman coins that they found over here. You can look up a guy named David Bogdan, Bogdan, Bogden, and I think it was 2018, 2019. He had found some Juno Juno Monier coins over in New York. You can find all of that. You had the what the fuck? You had Brandon Saint Brandon come over in the 480s AD. The voyages he had. This is written accounts where he came over here. You even have your Vikings of the 10th century. Your Vikings have an account and have history. They even found a fucking Roman ship full of cargo on the coast of Brazil, bro. So see, all these things they hiding from us. All these things they're not bringing it prevalent to our identification where we can see, oh, the story you just come along with this 1600 shit, they ain't no real song. We had people, the Chinese, we've been dealing with the Chinese from over 10 BC, way before then, since day 1 BC. But they hide this information, but we can pull it up right here. If people believe it's a lie, go and look it up yourself. Saint Brandon, BR Brandon, Brendan, Saint Brandon, from over in the Irish and British Isles. Yeah, go look up him story. Look up um how they find the different coins. I can name like 10 different coins they find in Mexico alone that was dated 46 BC in the time frame of them so-called conquerors of their time, what they have documented. It's too much evidence over here that it was people there and people they was dealing with from up. Like I showing you the skulls they found in California shows that there has never been a genetic modification to the man's genome. To the man you see today, they try to give you a site that 6 different man seeds is what make the one man or two different man you see now, which is the Cro-Magnon and the Grimbaldi man. So they try to say that the Grimbaldi evolved over times, and the Cro-Magnon man is the evolution of the Grimbaldi, which is a total lie. What they found in California shows the evidence that we, as the indigenous people of all land that they find everywhere, has been here placed more than 2 million years. And they don't want to recognize that. It hasn't changed. That's the reason they don't want to recognize it. They saying it's impossible that it hasn't changed in 2 million years. But we haven't. We have been the same ever since the day of reckoning. We are the creators of this era right there. But they don't want us to know this. They don't want us to see it. And they keep their own mind entangled into a fantasy of illusion that it is the way they have it written from the 1600s up. But we can get into it, bro. The Grambara. Look up the Grambara. The Grambara Bay. Look up the Grambara Bay. Just give some evidence. Guanabara. Bay. Bay.
I ain't never my computer right this second.
Oh. Yeah, for the people them out there that want to see it, it's gonna be Guana. Let me look at the chat. Let's look at
Mic check, mic check. Geechee God, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. What's going on with you?
I'm in the boondocks, man, so the signal might be distorted. So if it before it drops on me, Naughty, much love and blessings and peace to you, Geechee God. May I ask you to consider something the next time you try to bring them TikTok bitches to the table? I know you had some issues with it buffering and whatnot, because I tried to re-listen to the last build you did, sharing that. When these people are undermining us with whether they are unknowledgeable or actively incorporated under the $5 fraud, don't you think they need to explain whether they are under the Dawes roll and how that came to be, and how does Henry Dawes, and was he Scottish, Irish? Do you know the origin of that senator who
Irish, I believe.
created the Dawes roll?
Irish, I believe. Yep, Irish.
Okay. And then you got this other Irish Scottish fraudulent person, Walter Ashby Plecker, including the House of Burgess, all claiming to grab the snatch in the womb of Pocahontas. When do they get put on blast, Geechee? They need to start defense. See, our problem is we keep operating from defense, and we need to go on offense. You feel me, brothers?
Yes, I. Yep, I feel you. I feel you.
And what's your understanding on, first of all, either the Chinos and the Mestizos, and what is the timeline of the Pacific slave trade? And when did these people get started before somewhere about 1970s when they got the Native American label tacked on them? And the final thing, in case my signal drops, showing how they're using indigenous to horn themselves in through the UN, but yet and still they still can't go argue before the UN under UNDRIP and ADRIP. What say you, brothers?
Well, you have a young lady named Tatiana Sejas of Penn State. She written a book called Asian Slaves in Colonial Mexico, and that's basically going to give you some get a people a little sight on the Pacific slave trade that happened that everyone is not privy to. Again, Tatiana Sajos. That's Seijas. Out of Penn State, and she's very talented, and she describes the Americas as being melanated, populated, and how the Siberian man, as well as they already had knowledge through the Chinese slave trade, was driven here in slavery by some Chinese man, China man. But yeah, she's a good one. She's a good one to read.
Real quick, gang. We got 130 people in the building. Let me get y'all to hit that like button, share the video out for me one time. What's up with y'all? Yeah, I like that book, Asian Slaves in Colonial Mexico. It's a good read, for sure. We're gonna take a
Geechee God, I know you probably ignore it because I'm hearing the dead zone come over over my. Am I echoing here? Mic check, mic check. Uh,
No,
those
you
people
good.
that keep trying to slap African on you, I know you probably laugh it off, but could you, just for the sake of maybe the innocent, ignorant newcomers that come in on a regular basis, a lot of times people don't realize that there are newly awakening, ignorant babes in the wood. Could you share with us what Gwale origin is, the Ogamichi River, and why the fuck these Pamboo bastards keep trying to say your culture comes from West Africa? And I yield.
Well, I think it was convenient. I think it was easy. It was low hanging fruit, and having people that they have already identified as a certain name, a certain geographical location. I think they did what they always do: remix single perverse things into the narrative that they need to benefit themselves, and ultimately, um, they changed the name with the help of an individual, and they created a corporation without the knowledge of most of the people who actually carry the blood and the culture of the people. And ultimately, they usurped, their rights as indigenous people, just like most indigenous tribes today have done in the past. So the Gullah Geechee tribe is a clear indication and a perfect example of how indigenous people can be disenfranchised, reclassified, and told they was from somewhere else, just so those people can get their lands. I digress.
Nadi, before I forget, I want to respond to you trying to ask some young blood yesterday about what is culture, and you pronounced that hip hop was either death or a fashion. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but do you remember where y'all were spitting that back and forth, Nadi?
Yeah, I was saying it's a fashion that we created. But yeah, I remember that.
So the problem for us, and again, this is my opinion, just my perspective. I don't tell nobody to listen or believe nothing I say. That would be you doing the same thing that the white man is conditioning people to do right now, currently, not think. You got brain cells. Try to let two of those neurons fire independently and stop regurgitating shit. But I would argue that there is no evolution. We were preeminently, superiorly created amongst ourselves without invading forces and has been constantly devolving, de-evolving, being torn down over millions of years, thousands of years, and now it's been concentrated into centuries. So we get brought down to the gutter and we have to kick off parasites and re-energize what is in our ancient DNA. Not spitting in a cup, you dumbass slow bus riding mofos. You got it, Nadi.
No, big man, you got it. I love when you come up and burn fire. Your fire, your fire so smooth. It's almost like they ain't knowing they get burnt until they done well done. Yeah, foil love, foil, well done.
I wanted to talk about something y'all said a little bit earlier. Peace, and bliss to everybody in the fabulous chat. I wanted to say something y'all were talking about earlier made me think about that Sundry Act thing. And I think that being that blending into the color, I don't know if y'all ever seen it like that, but that's the way I see it. Them bringing that into effect is how they kind of push a lot of that Muslim stuff, and that was in 1790. And it talks about the color. So it was like this is kind of around the time they started calling us colored or whatever, because they were bringing in and blending in these Islamic people, and they brought them in through South Carolina. So the South Carolina Muslims of 1790s, the Sundry Act, is what allowed them to come in, and then they have all of these things where they were putting into like the colored, and because they were people of color, so on and so forth, and all of that. Free Moors, it talks about in 1790, the South Carolina state legislature passed the Moore Sundry Act of 1790. In the act, the free Moors, Francis Daniel Hammond and Samuel, petitioned on behalf of themselves and their wives to be free, to be recognized by the state as free people of color. So when we be hearing them talking about free colored people, this and that, sometimes they're talking about these people. And this is why I think a lot of people get mistaken to be thinking like, I'm a Moor, because this comes into or goes into that free people of color, and them having a certain statehood that came in under that South Carolina in 1790, and being colored people. And I think that's where they mistaken that, not understanding that that is the Muslim, is a Islamic culture that they brought into with that Moore Sundry Act. And I don't know, I just think people get that confused sometimes, and that's why they they try to classify themselves as a Moor under these things that they say that, hey, that's a part of here. We were this, we were that. And I think that was some of that blending. It was something y'all was talking about earlier, made me bring that up, but yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You're exactly right.
Have
And
you
what?
all ever seen the documentary of James Baldwin entitled "I Am Not Your Negro"? The basic thing I understand that Free Sundry Act crap was in their way saying I'm not that Negro. They were distancing and disassociating themselves from the Aboriginal people here because they knew they brought these Negropeans and these pale Slav slaves of theirs. They brought them over here and said, how dare you treat me like y'all intend to treat these niggas? You feel me, Nadi?
Yes, sir. And again, I was gonna say that act falls off of the Royal Proclamation of 1763, which started up the Treaty of Fort Pitt. Also, the French and Indian Wars is what created that. We got to recognize how these certain things came along. The Northwest Indian War, 1786 to 1795. All these things was behind these certain acts that they created that gave them permission to come eradicate your people. It was either get down or lay down, all the way up to 1908, because they had already implemented that they wasn't going to be able to bring over any more international slaves. So they was going to have to deal with the people that, and the slaves again was the indigent servants that was already paid for by the crown. So they were going to have to enslave the people on the land.
I hate I got a call as soon as I was asking y'all about that, but I didn't really hear what y'all was saying. But do y'all kind of see what I was saying? And just to act briefly, y'all got to go back into what y'all just discussed.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We
Okay.
caught up. Yeah. Look in the chat, see what's going on. No, big man. Shay One. That's a story that was made up, bro. That's not in exact what happened. Like, the people they giving you the identity of that was some TP Red, man. That's not what happened, bro. They was running us about our own establishment, our countrysides, our own fixed houses. Understand that. We were living in fixed houses, fixed homes, but traveling at the same time because we had enough of them.
They even with that Moorish American society that exists in Philadelphia, they have something with that. I think that plays into the Banking Act in 1983. They got a House legislation resolution. I'm sorry, number 75, and it talks about that, talking about the sons and daughters of these people from their Spanish influence and the temperaments of them as citizens in the nation, and it talks about the Moorish Americans. So these them being Moorish Americans that have certain titles and things of what they call it annexed or whatever, and I believe that's putting them into the house with certain things or whatever. That's a resolution number 75. It kind of talks about that too, going back to that Sundry Act. I just want to mention that too, and most of that even tie back to that Pacte de Singularum, which goes into everything under a covenant of one haven, which is what they try to do with this government and law, the papal stuff. All this stuff goes back into this, all the codes they be doing, all the laws, and it all falls under Islam. And then it goes back and shows you how everything came out of Islam. All this Muslims, the Moors, all this stuff goes back into that, coming from all these different treaties. They got supreme uh, covenants and agreements that they got between each other. A lot of these people that are with the different governmental agencies under the religious aspect, they are all up under that because it all goes into the one so-called one haven, which is really like what they be talking about, the one world. And then it's also with them doing the lands with moving these people in certain areas with the church. So now they'll have a church. They'll say, "Hey, we want to go into this area." So this person, like let's say William Penn, for example, in Pennsylvania. So now he'll say, "Hey, I want to go to this area, which I'll name it Pennsylvania, and I want to open up this church, a governance of the mind of the people to try to help them, bring them over to this and that, so on, to the Christendom and all of this other stuff." So they'll fund the church. They get the article of incorporation, the article of participation. They set up the church and a mission. Supposedly, this is why they always talk about these missions. So they have the church and the mission setting up the governance in that particular area. Now they're forming the statehood. Now they don't say, "Oh, it's this state." This is a certain state of this because they built it all off of that missionary mission statement, missionary statement, that missionary statement from the church that they solidified in being able to do the missionary work. Then once they convert one or two Indians, they have somebody to help with the translation. When they tried it at one time in I think it was in Pennsylvania before William Penn got set, they were doing it then, and the Indians ran them out of there. They was getting rid of them. They kept losing the battle. So they had someone come over and they converted a couple of the Indians so that they can learn the language. And then this is how they were able to convert them over to the Christendom and started monopolizing the land, because now they had to set up their what do you call it? The little communities they have for what they was doing with their little war stuff or whatever. They'll set that up in this area, and now they'll start to get the land and manipulate the land from there. And it all starts with that, which we know it's all the church and government, but it's the whole plan coming from 1611 with formulating everything over the land with the Jesuits plan from the start in Columbia in 1611.
So what? Someone tell me how many natives is on that?
So many. It's quite a few. It's not as many as us, but they almost as far as us because they done came and blended so much.
That's them man secret militia right there.
Yeah.
The whole terrorism on the line, domestic soldier.
Listen to this. I want to pull this up. I'm so glad I found this, just so y'all can hear what I'm talking about. This is something that they call as a source of supreme authority and rights, right? This is under they Pact de Singularum, one of the covenant. It says fifth, this is the fifth one. It said, let it be known to all past, present, and future that most sacred covenant, known as the Pact de Singularis Salem, also known as the covenant of the One Haven, is registered and it's recorded and recognized as a source of all ecclesiastical authority and rights, so that no legal, financial, or ecclesiastical instrument is lawful unless it is issued in complete recognition and agreement with this fact. And as all guardians, custodians, executors, trustees, and administrators appointed prior this moment, they were invested into their office as servants of the divine, uh, predicated on their eventual termination of their services upon the fulfillment of divine promise and the coming of the kingdom of heaven, all and every office holder, officer appointed under such terms in association law are hereby relinquished of duty and all powers or of guardians, custodians, executors, trustees, and administrators conveyed to the Society of One Haven as the one and only government on behalf of the divine. How they gonna appoint themselves the one and only government on behalf of the divine creator? Don't that sound just like the Pope when they be talking about they're the ones that speak for God? All this is in the same shit, just so you see. Creator, also known as the unique collective awareness, and furthermore, as all powers and authority of guardians, custodians, executives, trustees, and administrators have now been lawfully conveyed to the Society of One Haven. No claim of powers of magisterium, imperium, or officium through convocation, coronation, or ordination have any validation except through those rights granted through and most sacred covenant known as the Pacte de Singularis Salem, also known as the Covenant of One Haven, and therefore any negotiable instruments, legal documents, ecclesiastical documents, pronouncements, orders, prescripts, rescripts, edits, certificates, notes, bills, money, notices, indulgences, or any other form that contradicts the authority and the rights of the Covenant of the One Haven are automatically null and void from the beginning and have no lawful or legal validity. This is according to them. Of course, we know that's
That's
not
how
true because we are the law. We
that,
stand as the law. I'm
that,
sorry.
that validates the letter of marquee. Where if they don't have a letter of marquee, they can't do any type of business with you because you're not cited in that under that.
Mhm. So that's just talking about even people, I guess, that would voluntarily go under what the UCC, they would be a part of this because now they
Right.
have all these same things that are going with them, not acting as a natural man or woman, but being a part of that and being a part of their supreme covenants of all property. So now you're going and laying claim under their property as everything. That's actually talked about in number 4. But yeah, all this goes up under the Islam or the Islamic faith or what have you. They have a preamble. I mean, they got everything under this thing, the cardinal thing, the llama, everything in regards to the elders, the one spirit tribes, talks about all the one spirit tribe, society of the one spirit tribe, grants and presence of one spirit tribe, trust and personality, election of the leadership of the one haven, and the binding of the document to the covenant of the one spirit tribe. So they had a whole article 134 on one spirit tribe by itself. It's like 144 articles in here.
Yeah. You have Navy poet. She said, "How you come up with?" She said, "How did you find the fact on these singularis and
Because
connections to?"
it's under the Islam. It goes up to Islam. It's all about the Islamic faith. So when going under this information on this guy, what's his name? Let me go back to it. The Noble Ali guy. I just ran across it. You brought it
Mm.
up with something before. I can't remember. I think you just mentioned it, Nadi. The
What is a marquee or
something
the
about the marquee or something. Yes. So a
Um,
lot of information when you read, it'll go right back to certain things. And when you're going on a trail of certain things, it pull the information up. So when I like to study anything that come up that is noticeable, I'm gonna, go into it and resolve it into it. But this is only since I've been looking at this Islamic stuff because it all goes back into it. Because the Pacte de Singularum is actually a form of that one law thing. It goes back to the Islam faith because it's the head, it's the single. We discussed this before, sis, on Squid thing. Like last year, we were talking about something when y'all was talking about those pictures of the what do you call it, the different sigils and stuff. And I did a build on that as well.
since I be going spreading so much info, that shit go like it's all there. It just come out when it's being prevalent. I can't always go in my bag and just start from somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I sure we the Magna Carta would could have been.
Wait, hold on. Sis in the back saying that. She said, "How did you find it?" She said, "I'm the one that exposed." You was really the one that exposed this, sis. What are you talking about? You might have brought it out somewhere, sweetheart, but I already had this information. I've had a lot of information that I don't talk about. I spoke with you about this on Squid panel last year. Did you forget? I'm confused as to what you're saying. Did you think you were the only person that had that piece of information? I'm sorry. Excuse me for impeding on your thoughts.
But yeah, we can go into some things.
But yeah, they always want to say things about this law and going against what we saying, and then when y'all invite them up to show something different, they can't. If somebody's showing a document or showing you guys some information on something, y'all, oh, that's a lie, oh, that's made up. You're just saying that. If somebody's showing you the proof, why you can't just come up and show yourself? Show the information you have that's contradictory to what somebody is showing.
Peace,
Bring the
y'all.
proof.
Peace.
It's
Peace.
easy.
Peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going against you, Sister Soul. I had questions because the reason why I say that I was the one that exposed that is because I never heard anybody else say anything about it. And yes, I was on Squid's panel breaking that down. I also
Yes. You
said
don't remember
that
I
when I
jumped up
exposed,
there with you, sis?
hold on a second, please.
Okay, I'm just
I
trying to remind
also
you.
said I'm not here to fight with you, Sister Soul. Okay, it's not that. I also exposed that when I brought that out to share it with the people and I exposed it on Facebook, they shut that site down so it was hard to get to. So my question was about, and I didn't get to put it in there because of the way you responded just a moment ago before I came up. But excuse me, I'm a little out of breath right now. But when I exposed that, when I ran into it, probably 2015, 2016, I was in the Moorish paradigm, not in the temple, but learning in the paradigm. Okay.
Mhm.
And when I ran across that looking at the Sesque V Trust, because that's the information that came up. Okay. And I wanted to know what that Sesque V Trust was. And that's where Google sent me to. And that's how I was exposed to that particular thing that you're looking at. On their
Right. So
website,
let
they
me.
said that nobody, on their
Mhm.
website, they said that you wasn't supposed to share it, but I'm not under their group. When you say that that's the Moors, that's what I wanted to know because how did you find that out? Because when I brought it to a Grand Sheik, he said those people were trying to attach themselves to the Moorish stuff. Okay.
Right.
Now I don't know if that's true or not. My question wasn't attacking you. My question was, how did you really find that out that they were attached? Because there's a lot of stuff in that particular document.
Because like I just told you, sis, when going through this, I've been doing this law for a little minute now. Okay, so I've been doing a lot of research, and I'm a deep diver, right? So if there's any information I'm seeking, I'm going to look into any and everything. So when going through things, right, a lot of times it'll pull up links on other things. Like you might search something. So it might be a page or two pages and it has different things on it. I seen it and I pulled it
Mhm.
up. It had a whole bunch of junk in it. And I'm looking like, oh, this is related to this. Once I understood it had to do with the Islam thing, I really kind of didn't think too much about it. Next
Okay.
thing you know, I seen you on Red Squid thing, and and you was talking about it. I said, dang, I said, that's that Pac Day singular thing with the Islam that goes back to the Moors, blah, blah, blah. Y'all was talking about something with some keys or sigils or something. I can't remember, but that's what made me jump up there. I only had a few minutes, but I actually came up there with y'all and we was kind of discussing it because you was talking about some pictures as well. And I was saying how those pictures and sigils and things, with the frequencies, that's all alchemy on the mind as well, so on and so forth.
Mhm.
So we didn't have
Mhm.
a big discussion on it, but I do remember you talking about it, and I did try to jump up there because I wanted to add to the conversation. So with that, it just exposes everything with that because I also found other literature talking about the Noble Jew Ali guy, showing how he got into it, and exposing the whole hand of it. And it's just so much with all of this stuff, And a lot of
Yeah.
times, if it's not important to me, because I'm not a Moor per se, you know what I'm saying? I won't like dwell on certain information unless it's prevalent. And since y'all were talking about that, that was only the second time I had ever heard. I seen it, then, and then when you mentioned it, I'm like, oh, this is the first person I ever heard mentioning this. So I jumped
Right.
up there with y'all to discuss it. You know what I'm saying? So you're right. A lot of information, it's not like readily there. You have to be in a certain spot in your search engine, and it will pull up additional information that other people have either seeked or they have added to that information. Is what I noticed.
Okay. Because if you look in the back chat, I put a word in there, and I don't know if I spelled it right, but with that C in it, that came up as far as the family was concerned. More information to be pulled out. I don't know if you ran across that or not. But when I looked at that, when I first started looking at that, like you
Mhm.
said, deep dive and you find some other stuff. And so
Right.
I found some conversations with that name in it. Just trying to figure out who is who and what is what. And it's like the word, like we say Indian, Indian, right?
Uh-huh.
But we also ran into something, I think it was last year as well, Endian, and that deals with computer programming the mind, if you would put it that way, with some
Mhm.
conversations behind the scenes.
And also, recently, I found some documents not too long ago in the antiquarian that actually gives the definition of like or the breakdown between the Indian, indigenous, and it says being a misclassification of indigenes. So we were known as indigenes, Indi, the Indi people, in the genes of the Indi black, so, which is crazy. So a lot, like you
Yeah.
say, I hear what you're saying because that's um another kind of similar thing, because it shows us certain things. And as a few people know, I always say that. I said, well, we are indigenous. Everybody's indigenous to a certain area. We're indigenous to here because indigenous means it's in your genes because it ties you to that landmass. And literally in that book, it did a confirmation of that, showing that they were calling us indigenes, not Indians, because we were indigenous and
Okay.
indigenous to this particular land.
Okay, sis. Well, when you do that one, make sure, and this is pretty much for the audience and those who come through. Also, don't forget eugenics because that's what all of this stuff is about.
Hmm. Definitely. All
Yeah.
of it is about eugenics. It's all about the demise of us, literally killing us from the inside out. Not only the physical part of us, but the most important part, our spirit, nature, everything that ties us to the natural. All that's that's mostly being attacked. That's like our biggest warfare right now. People don't even realize because they have us so distracted on this land, this, that. Which are important, prevalent things, but it's more of attack on our spirit nature because of who we are. Period.
Right. And when you talk about the spirit nature for what I'm looking at, I had to unwind some stuff that was said. It's the
Mhm.
first chromosome. When
Yes.
y'all talk about your spirit, when you talk about the things that they can't touch, it's the first chromosome. Everything else is a catch 22 in duality on the left side, on the right side, on the masculine side, on the feminine side. Just remember, you're the first chromosome. They can't ever take that away from you if you remember that.
Yes, it's in your genes.
Yes, ma'am.
When it has to do with our makeup. That's why they try to add, oh, melanin is not this. And I don't care what name you call it. All of that ties into that because it has to do with the nature being able to accommodate these things. You know, like the sun energizing us, giving our melanin that volt of energy that actually heats that plasma up, which is the life of our blood, helping to activate antigens in our blood, giving us protection, activating the immune system. All that ties right into that. And the chromosomes in your brain affect the consonant dissonance because certain foods and stuff that they keep giving us, they want to block your brain out, everything that you have,
Hmm.
because now they can attack the chromosomes in your brain and your amino acids, these certain things that affect the
Yes, ma'am.
cells. So your thinking and stuff messed up.
Because like when you talk about that Pactum de Celerius de Celium, in that part where life was, and that's what I was talking about on Squid, how I went in there and you could look at life in the original website because I pulled down the manual and copied it. But in life, it was a highlight where you could click it and it would give you more information, and then it shows you the 6 levels of man, and we're the sixth, what is it, higher order self-aware species or something like that, and we're the sixth of the six, which houses six, so that's your 666 that they're bringing around. And I only found that through the website. When they closed the website, I couldn't get that link to show that anymore, that little link that they had in there. So you're
Oh, put your
absolutely right
email
that
in the
it's
back,
about your
sis. I
genes.
got I got the whole thing. I can email it to you. So if they took it
No,
from
no, I have the manual. I typed it up. I knew it was important
oh, okay.
years ago. I knew it was important.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
yeah. I just don't think some of the Moors are aware of it, you know, on
Hmm.
that level.
Exactly. Because a lot of them are surface mowers. They not even acting. They want to be. Oh, I'm a more. I'm a more. I'm a more. A lot of them aren't even acting under the what they're supposed to be. I guess practicing under because they don't even have all the pure details. They're just going by what somebody else told them to do or showed them to do. They're not even operating under what they are claiming that they are. You know what I'm saying? Half the people aren't. They're just trying to use certain laws or papers to get through something fast, quick. Quick
Right.
satisfaction.
Right. There's a definite baseline to it all, and not just with the Moors, because um same protocols are out here, just like we got infiltration and whatever we look at, whichever the way we go, it's the same with all of it.
That's right. Absolutely.
But that's all I wanted to come up. I wasn't coming up for an attack. I was just curious on how you tied it specifically to the Moors, because I'm seeing some other folks as well.
So yeah, it goes back to that. Yeah, definitely that Noble Drew Ali person. All of these people that come out with these more institutes and all of that, they all falling under that. They don't even realize they falling under that the Catholic and talking about, oh, we're this religion. Y'all all the same damn people. It's the same people with a different title.
Well, let's put it like this, Sister Soldier. I'm sorry, my bad. Oh, I apologize for that one,
That
Sister
ain't your
Soldier.
fault. Somebody else got people doing that. Go ahead.
I don't even know how that came out my mouth.
I know,
But you
but go
also got to
ahead.
know that you also got to know, and I'm probably sure that you doing what people on the line also know, because I've been trying to figure this thing out for a minute. A lot of people were studying in the same building, just in different classrooms when it comes to this information. So,
Yes.
okay.
And then they'll put it on. They'll do a few people when they go to talk about these dirty Moors. They all kind of I don't know, but when they go talking about the dirty Moors, those are the ones that are changing some of the guidelines. They're putting different things and they're trying to act like they doing something a little different, but they acting like they under the same protocol. That's where all these so-called dirty Moors coming from, trying to make all these different sects and all that different stuff, but it's all really the same thing. And it's like a scam. Some people are using. It's crazy. It's really sick how they messing
Well,
with our people.
yeah, it's kind of like the church where they talk about you. They all believe in the Bible, but yet and still you got all these denominations. It's the same thing.
Exactly, exactly the same thing. Deception.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop down. I wasn't here to antagonize. Thank you for pulling me up. I forgot whose panel I'm on.
Absolutely.
Original TV. Thank you for pulling me up and letting me come in and engage with the sister. Appreciate it.
All right, sis. Appreciate you too.
Thank you for coming. Give
You're welcome.
thanks for your input. It's good to know that everyone is not just listening and actually studying and can come up here and put in some good knowledge and input. And it sounds good. It's a good relief to know that we all ain't ignorant. You know what I'm saying? Give thanks for
Hmm.
that. Give that.
Right. And let me say this real quick, because I know, and I'm not trying to say, hey, see all Moors as good or see all Moors as bad. If it was not for the Moors, I would not have been studying the way I was. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't throw them all under the bus because they caused me to study. And my thing is, you give me something and it's not exactly meeting it, and I don't know exactly what it is, and I go look it up, and I end up in a different lane finding out something else. And I've been doing that for years to really find out what the truth was and not what was just fed to me, even though I have repeated what was fed to me, but not so much anymore. So I have to give it to them on the study part. Do your own
That's
study.
true. That's true. It will encourage you to study, since they show you a lot of stuff. I've learned a lot of stuff from certain people that are Moors, as well. So you definitely correct on that. And it's just a matter of knowing how to really be able to see the truth and not be falling under somebody else. That's the only thing I don't agree with, going under someone else to do what you should be doing on your own. That's the only thing I see with the Moors. But other than that, the information is similar, but that's all because they're part of this system. And they, even the ones that don't know it, some of them just don't know that they're
Yeah.
part of the system and feeding into it. So you can't hold it against them. They just trying to do the right things too, but they done been tricked and deceived, and it'd be hard. That's why I try not to have no animosity toward anybody. I just want people to understand and know the truth. For them to see it for themselves.
Right. And like I had said once before, and excuse me for still being up here now, but like I said once before, it was either the Indian information because I knew that was in my family from my grandparents and my dad and all of this, my uncle, and or it was the Moorish thing. And I went with the Moorish thing because I couldn't find my family history. And
Mm.
so you guys should know that I stay on the name. I started looking up the name and came to the realization that a lot of the groups will tell you not to look at your name. And y'all can figure out what groups those are. They'll tell you those are your slave masters' names. And that's one way in times past they kept us away from our information. Now, the problem with
Mhm.
that, and I found out a lot. I found out a lot. Okay. But um, the problem with some of that is that I can go back and look at some of my family stuff and find out when their stuff was burned down in the place or destroyed. So some people don't have, and this is for the chat and those coming through. Some people are not going to be able to find their records either because however they were um, parented, if you would,
Right.
um, and where they were or whatever the case is, and so it makes it easy for those people who can't find anything to use whatever they can to fill those voids in their life. Keep if that's any one of you, keep pushing through because there's different ways to find out different things about what you're looking for. And I yield on that. I'll yield on that.
I appreciate that, sis.
Yes, ma'am. Give thanks again. Yeah. Good sound. Good sound. Let me look in the chat, see what's going on. They prey on the lack of self knowledge. Yes, that's true, Aboriginal Mary girl.
Mhm.
Aboriginal and Mary gal. She said, exactly, they prey on the lack of self knowledge. And
Exactly.
that's
Exactly.
that's strong. She did that good. She
They,
can't find just the Shay one guy. She can't find no record past 1600. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. The only records they give you is their timeline. So it's almost like you find thin air when you're talking to some of these people, because when you give them the truth of sight about the identity of people being here, when they give you a site that was no one here, and the people that was here was melanated people, and the people we're giving them all this sight throughout history, but when it comes up to what the colonizers say, that's what it is, and that's all they have to go on. That's all they doing they study on. That's as far as back as they going. What the colonizer um provide for them for their identity, instead of them going to seek and see where them people come, how them people look, and just reason within their own inner spirit. I'm not gonna get it wrong. If you feel like you come from Africa, that's you. That's you. You have that right. You got that African drum beating in your heart. That's you. You can't come around and say all is from that land. That's where you're making a mistake at, bro. And we don't want to fight you for what you believe, but don't force it on your belief system that is guarantee someone's way of living. It's not that way. No, all the evidence say Africa. Uh, what evidence? What evidence? I can find a Roman ship that was 2,000 year BC on the coast of Brazil, but I can't find one African ship. I can find some Viking ship in Nova Scotia. What they call that hill? Um what they call that hill? Damn, I forget the name of that hill that Stonehenge in Nova Scotia. Um Dating back 10 AD. And it has the same identity markings as the Stonehenges over in Ireland. Make that make sense. Please make that make sense. What that ain't in none of your everyday writing that you hear on the news and that everyone promoting to each other every day. But it's there in print. Now go find that and bring that to me, Mr. Shay One. Sister Soulster.
Yeah. Hmm.
Pull up Zhang He around 1400. 1400. ZH, I believe ZHENG.
Wait, hold on one second. Now, I'm doing some work as I'm talking to y'all, so give me 1 second. I'll get right after this.
Yes, ma'am. And bring up some things. The other one was called Mystery Hill. It's in New Hampshire. That's where it is. Mystery Hill in New Hampshire with the stone hinges. The sister finna pull up some things right now. I'm finna get this man some story that's not in the everyday norm that he can go and research and he can find for himself. And maybe this can open up a third eye where you can see between the clouded vision you already have. The two eyes that they can blind easily, that they can trick with their hands. The hands faster than the eye. So they come down and write down a script with their hands so quick that your eye can't catch it. Or your eyes get blinded, but the one eye can't catch it. Because the one eye sleep. I get this man some story.
Okay, now what is it? I'm ready, Maddie. What did you say that you wanted me to look up real quick?
Yeah, his name is Zhang He. Z
Zane
H
E.
Yes, ma'am. ZHENG. space He. 1400.
Profiles. We're bringing up profiles of people. You said Zhang, Zheng or ENZ?
ENG.
Zheng. And then you say AG, egg.
No, He.
Okay. Okay. 1421. I think I see it now.
14 go, yeah, 1405, 14, yeah. 14, yeah, look at 1421, yeah.
Okay. It said, did Zhang He discover America in 1421? And
Again, repeat that one more time.
it says, did Zhang He discover America in 1421?
Oh, okay.
And then there's another article that says, who discovered America? Zhang He? Zhang who? It says this was an article from the New York Times. Then there's another one that says, Gavin Menzies challenged these routes that claim that his fleet actually traveled all over the world visiting the Americas. But they challenged it. That don't mean it wasn't true. So I'm not sure. I've never heard of him before. It says on March 8th of 1421, the largest fleet that the world had ever seen set sail from China to proceed all the way to the ends of the earth to collect tribute for the barbarians beyond the sea. When the fleet returned home, October of 1423, the emperor had fallen and leaving China in political and economic chaos.
Oh, they ain't getting no deeper than that.
I could go to a Wikipedia. I don't really care for it. Let me see if I see any other. There's some about him in Encyclopedia Britannica. I can go to there.
Yeah, see what they say.
Okay. It says Xing He was from Hu, Chinese Muslim. He was a Muslim as well. Here we go. Chinese Muslim family. His father was a Haji, a Muslim who had made the Haji pilgrimage. When you think about the pilgrimage to Mecca, his family claimed descent from the early Mongol governor of Yunnan province in the southwestern China, as well as from King Muhammad of Bukhara, now as Uzbekistan. The family name Ma was derived from the Chinese rendition of Muhammad. In 1381, when he was about 10 years old, Yan'an, the last Mongol hold in China, was reconquered by Chinese forces led by the generals of the Ming Dynasty, which had overthrown the Yang Mongol dynasty in 1368. The young Masambio, later Mahi, as he is then known, was among the boys who were captured, castrated, and then sent into the armies as orderlies. By 1390, when those troops were placed under the command of the Prince of Yan, Ma, he had distinguished himself as a junior officer skilled in war and diplomacy. Ma also had made influential friends at court. In 1400, the Prince of Yan revolted against his nephew and the Jinwen Empire, taking the throne in 1402 as the Yongle Empire. Under the Yongle administration of 1402 to 1424, the war-devastated economy of China was soon restored. The Ming court then sought to display its naval power by bringing the maritime states of South and Southeast Asia in line. For some 300 years, the Chinese had been extending their power out to the sea, and an extensive seaborne commerce had developed. To meet the taste of the Chinese for spices and aromatics and the need for raw industrial materials. Chinese travelers abroad, as well as Indian and Muslim visitors. It doesn't say India, but it says Indian. Indian and Muslim visitors widened the geographical horizon of the Chinese. They widened it. Technology and technological developments in shipbuilding and in the arts of seafaring reached new heights by the beginning of the Ming Dynasty.
So they don't have anything in there about his travels.
Let's see.
No autobiography.
Naval expeditions. He became a eunuch of great influence in the Yongle court. Soon after he ascended to the throne, the emperor conferred on Ma and the surname Xing, and he was henceforth known as Xing He. Xing was then selected by the emperor to be commander-in-chief in what becomes a series of missions to the Western Oceans. He first set sail in 1405, commanding 62 ships and 27,800 men. The fleet visited Champa, now known as Vietnam, Siem, Thailand, and Malacca, which is Malacca now, and the island of Java, and then through the Indian Ocean of Calicut, which was Kazhi Kodi, on the Malabar coast of India, and Ceylon, which was Sri Lanka. Xing He returned to China in 1407. On his second voyage in 1408 to 09, he again visited Calicut, stopping as well in Kochi along the coast to the south, but encountered treachery from King Alaganakara of Ceylon. Xing defeated Alaganakara's forces and took the king back to Nanjing as a captive. In October of 1409, he set out for his third voyage. This time, going beyond the seaports of India, he sailed to Hormuz on the Persian Gulf. On his return in 1411, he touched the Samudra on the northern tip of Sumatra. On his fourth voyage, he left China in 1413 after stopping at the principal ports of Asia, proceeded westward from India to Hormuz. A detachment of the fleet cruised southward down the south of Arabia, visiting Dhofar, which is Oman, and Aden, which is Yemen. The Chinese mission visited Mecca and continued to Egypt. The fleet visited towns along the east coast of Africa, of what is now known as Somalia and Kenya, and almost reached the Mozambique channel. On his return to China in 1415, he brought the envoys of more than 30 states of South and Southern Asia to pay homage to the Chinese emperor. During his fifth voyage, 1417 and 19, the Ming fleet visited the Persian Gulf and the east coast of Africa. The sixth voyage was launched in 1421 to take home the foreign emissaries from China. Again, he visited the southern Asia, India, Arabia, and Africa in 1424. The Yongle Empire died, and in a shift of policy, his executor, Hongzhi Emperor, suspended the naval expeditions abroad. Xing, he was appointed as the garrison commissioner of the Nanjing, with the task of disbanding his troops. On a seventh final voyage, he left China in the winter of 1431, where he visited states in Southeast Asia, the coast of India, Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, the east coast of Africa. He died in Calcutta in the spring of 1433, and the fleet returned to China that summer. He was best known for his Yongle Empire diplomatic agents, although some historians see no achievement in the naval expeditions other than flattering the emperor's vanity. These missions did have the effect of extending China's political sway over maritime Asia for half a century.
Now, down, they left out his whole voyage to the Americas. Ain't that a bitch? Look up this one here. Look up Prince Peter St. Clair.
Prince Peter St. Clair,
1300. Earl of
1300.
Orkney. Yeah, Earl of Orkney.
Okay, let me see. 1300. Peter St. Clair, 1300.
I think historian William Thompson did a thing. Thomas or Thompson did a research document on Prince Peter St. Clair.
Oh, you said Prince Peter St. Clair.
Yeah, Prince Peter St. Clair.
All right, let me see. 7th Earl of Rosslyn is what it says. That's more recent, so that's not it. Prince Peter St. Clair, history, ancestor and descendants, 1345. So it's showing his ancestors and descendants, but let's see.
We ain't have nothing about the how he led the forces of the Knights Templar to Nova Scotia in Canada.
Oh my! Do you know I just read that, brother? I got a book on the King's Templar. Oh my gosh! And it literally talks about what you just said about that voyage. Specifically, let me see. Where is the damn book at? I was just looking at it the other day. Let me see.
That's why a lot of my shit coming in from books. As I going on this internet, they see they hiding a lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're not putting it out there for these lazy researchers. They ain't really putting no info out there like that.
Right. I literally, hold on, I'm finna see if I can pull it up because I'm at the computer now. I literally was just looking at that. That's crazy. Let me see. I have so many books pulled up on this thing right now. Hold on. I've been going back and forth all week with all this stuff. Let's see. The Knights Templar. Mystics.
Or even Prince Zichmi. It was another one called Zichmi. Prince Zichmi, I believe his name. Zichmi. There's a couple of them in the 1300s and 1200s declaring coming to America and setting up shop to live with the Arazis, the already known Roman settlements that was placed in throughout different parts of Canada.
Mm. Let's see. Oh, here it is. History of the Knights Templar in the state of Pennsylvania. You said Nova Scotia. I think this is the one that it was talking about. I hope I'm mixing this up with a different book. Hold on, brother. I want to see. Because it talks about, I remember it specifically saying that about Nova Scotia. Because I was like, mm-hmm. Let me see. Let me see what it said about Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. I'm not spelling it right. How do you spell Nova Scotia, brother?
NOVA space SCOTIA.
Oh, it's two words. Okay, thank you. Let me see. Nope, it's not in this book. Damn it. This is talking about the Constitution and the Knights of Templar coming in with union, peace, and harmony. I want to do a build on this one day. History of the Knights Templar in the state of Pennsylvania. And there's another book that shows that same information of them bringing in a list of corporations using William Penn, writing in the information coming in and taking over 250,000 freaking acres with the
Yep.
history of Bethlehem in Pennsylvania. This is around the
No,
same time.
no. Check this out. Penn,
Mhm,
William Penn's father is the one that came up with the. He took the patent from of the paddle wheel to the motorized paddle wheel. He took
mhm,
the patent from us, and he ended up getting it patent. It was his grandfather, and by that patent to give Europe a head start in economic basis, right?
mhm,
Um, promised him province within the Newfoundland or Saint the Vinland, the Newfoundland. It was already established that the Newfoundland this area was
yep,
called the Vinland or the Newfoundland from way back in the 10th century, from when
yep,
they started building up the Oxford and Cambridge. And people need to go look at the Cambridge and Oxford bill when they was built in the 1200s and what they recognized as the ideal land of the world of the beginning. They'll tell you. And they
mhm.
but anyway, I'm gonna get back to the theme.
They
Um
explain it.
Sister, mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
yes
Yeah, we
sir.
hear you now.
Oh, signal
It's the
keeps
first time
going
we
in and
heard you
out
say anything.
because y'all on the roll. Y'all burning down the house, burning down the house. Okay, Vinland, Finland, Newfoundland, Greenland.
Yep.
Go back where you're going with the Nova Scotia, Nadi.
to Leif Erikson, going back to the Norsemen and the Amari Alamari Arab that wrote in the 14th century about the 12th century. 200 ships with 2,000 people selling in the New Kingdom. Man, I bust. Hey, Alabama, our birthday bubble, bro. Our birthday bubble wide open.
See,
Like
they
grand.
done. They done put
Right.
me in the outhouse. I can't holler American anymore to show you who these criminals are that need to be beat back.
It's like taking virginity, right? These boys ain't
But
ready.
sister, you cooking with Pam now. Could you circle back to what you were saying? I had tried to tell them earlier about not understanding Kappa nigga, Colin Kaepernick and why he was taking a knee. And we didn't understand that declaration, which is the supposed Star Spangled Banner, and how we are on constant perpetual war. We're clueless. And see, it's not whether the Aboriginal declared it or not. We're constantly invaded.
Tell them about that new law, Alabama. Not to cut you off.
Which one are you talking about now?
I wonder if they motherfucking ass take a knee doing a Star Spangled Banner. What happened to them now?
Oh, you talking about now? It's not a law, but are you talking about a code that the NFL may want to apply? Because see, that's our problem. We keep letting them think their statutes and their codes are quote unquote law.
No, the federal did it too.
So what's the federal version you're talking about?
I go look it up. I go look. It's an exact fine or imprisonment, but it's
Now
almost
here's
like
the thing. See, people aren't taught, especially if you're not nautical and you don't have a military background. If you're not taught what semaphore is and flag waving and signaling, and understanding the difference between a flag, a standard, and a banner, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole on this, but if you understand that is not a flag, that is a war standard. You know what the eagle before the Roman Empire was? Naughty sister soul.
it was the word emblem of conquering.
Yeah, of the conquest of those being sent forth by the Caesar.
Yeah.
So that eagle was a standard, correct?
Yes.
And they called the person carrying it the standard bearer. Okay? The banner is what was sung to. Francis Scott Key made that anthem, not him, not what we go around calling ourselves today, expressing nationality. That was a battle hymn, and it is still being uttered on the battlefield. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
That does not represent, none of this shit represents the Aboriginal in America. But what is that battle standard that we're saying may long ever it waves, and bombs bursting in air, and the rockets red glare?
Right. Talking about they battle it up.
Right.
Yeah.
And see, we're not communicating it as such.
Because they only see some of it. That's another thing, Alabama. They only have people recognizing that so-called Star Spangled Banner as certain parts. They don't read the whole thing, brother. I think that's the whole thing. The people don't know the whole Star Spangled Banner, because even though when we read that part, it's still something that they leave out that gives even more detail, and I think they leave it out intentionally because it exposes the whole thing. So finding the original word would even add to the clarity.
And that old English translation crap too, like the word hireling and slave that was in the third stanza. But the thing of it is this: when we don't specifically describe things accurately as they should be, when he took a knee, Naughty, he was advised by a Green Beret veteran that it was paying honor to the fallen colleagues, soldiers, airmen, sailor, Coast Guard that fell in battle. Now, have you ever heard that repeatedly stated, Naughty? While they're claiming that this man was offending, when actually he was doing the ultimate homage to the battle standard itself, not the flag, but who died under it. You feel what I'm saying, sister, brother?
Right. I know what he was doing because of understanding that full anthem. Yes. And they didn't back him because nobody understood it.
And what are our children, through the ignorance of their parents, pledging allegiance daily from K through 12 to what?
To that pact they desingularum. Believe it or not, what we
They
was just
say
talking
to the
about,
flag and for
it
which
goes
it
to that symbol.
stands.
Yeah,
Now, do we
for the
describe what it
nation.
stands for?
Hmm.
But do we? Now, some would say for the republic, which we don't describe that either, now do we? We don't do the basic requirement for our children by empowering them with the facts and what it means. So when we're allowing them to speak and cast a spell over themselves and their classmates, what are we programming them to do?
To keep staying up under the stupor. You know, that it's a spell binding. And then when you're hearing it all the time, it's going to be beaten into your brain on a wave formatting because you're hearing that and it's being picked up on a frequency that your mind hears. So it's something that they just automatically believe that's fell and
So
it's
in
part of
the
their belief
third
system.
stanza, the very specific reference to the hireling and the slave, what would you say that means?
I'm sorry, Alabama. Would you repeat that?
In the third stanza of the national anthem, it says, to the hirelings and the slaves. What do you or Nadi think that means?
They stand
Yeah,
for the government and us.
to the indentured and the ones underneath to the wards and the to the wards.
They
Period.
consider us. Yeah.
Okay, so who are the hirelings? And some might
And
say, in contemporary terms, the mercenaries or the
The
patty
governors, the
or the law
ministers, the
enforcement.
reverends, all of them.
yeah,
They
Or
the
the
hirelings.
he got out again.
Mm.
Yeah, he need to come back and answer that question. I'm in suspense.
I
can
think he's saying
mic
that he's
check,
talking about
mic
the
check.
government. There you go.
My mic sounds nice. Check one. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear
yeah,
you.
You
yeah.
know, the Negro put it in the twilight zone of the stream yard. What was you saying, Smoke? I only heard the tail end. You coming out for some? The meal is it cold or is it hot on the table? What's going on?
No, I want you to answer that question.
What question was that?
Who the hirelings is, in your opinion?
Okay, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. And personally, I don't want no bastard breathing on me, my children, my grandchildren, or my great grandchildren. But who are those wretched refuse tossed on tempest storm? I'm paraphrasing the poem, you know, at the base of that statue. Who is that?
The
They
immigrants,
call who are they calling out? It's kind of like a casting call and playing this
Oh, the
narrative.
citizens, the United States citizens.
Hmm. The immigrants. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
So I guess in
All
answer your
citizens.
question, Smoke, what are they hired to do?
I don't
Perpetrate
know.
crime.
Well, some,
I don't
as
know
I
what they
said, the
hired.
contemporary term is mercenaries. Some we called back slave catchers and patty rollers. What are they today, Nadi? Law enforcement. And by the way, what was the historic group that was the first patty rollers that became badged and boys in blue? The Irish potato farmers and leaving their famine?
Mm-hmm.
And what did the Italian mafioso mobsters become after the La Cosa Nostra? And some would say the Ish mob are the real mobs.
Right.
The
They
Okay,
basic.
so
influence. They
who are they
came in.
today? The Afghanis,
Mm-hmm.
the Ukrainians,
Mm-hmm.
the Syrians,
Mm-hmm.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. All the
And what
above.
are they being hired to do? To think and attempt to make slaves out of the Aboriginal by calling you nigger? I mean, I don't know. I'm
By
just
telling you to
speculating. I
die.
mean, this just an opinion. You can disregard, but I yield.
If they call me a nigga, it better be in a motherfucking secret meeting. Yeah, you talking about?
They conformers. converters of the truth. They're conformers, converters of the truth. They're here to confuse the minds of people. They're part of the blending of facts and truth. With the documentation and the indoctrination, they use that, so they're agents of chaotic information because it's never clear and concise. Because they'll bring something else that's not even lawful. It'll be a act or a statute or something to act like that has something to do with what's true in an actual fact, but it's not a fact, it's an act. So, they're converters of truth, they're instigators of lies, and they bring these things in to confuse the mind of the people so that they're not even sure who the hell they is. They help to misplace people in their mind as to where they actually belong. Displacement in the mind.
Keep going. You was carrying the ball quite well.
Well, that's just how I see them, brother. I see them, as being all these infiltrators. Unbeknownst to them, they're just like the dude we was talking about the other day. They free agents. They just voluntarily doing this because they're trying to get a better place in life. Because they came from nothing. They came to a place that has something and everything. They want to continue to stay a part of it. So they have to push the narrative that feeds into the system that is actually feeding them. That's the way I see it. I think you going out again, Alabama.
He'll be back.
So how you see it, Smoke? Don't you see it that way? That's what they're doing, right? They these chaotic agents that cause confusion consistently, not only with the paperwork that they present, but the ideologies that they present, the lies, the misnomers, telling people, hey, I've got proof. I'm from Africa too. All this feeding into the lies and nonsense.
Well, yeah, I say it's all part of the schematics. Anything, anything to keep the true inhabitants disfranchised is fair game. If that's the game you playing, I just don't choose to play that game.
What's your stance on that, Naughty?
I would like to know if anyone can name. I know you can, Sister Soka. We done gone through this. Can anyone name the incorporated tribes of 1942?
Nah, I never heard no incorporated tribes of 1942.
Well, the tribes was already doing trade with your so-called Dutch and French before Columbus even come over here. The story that they give us is the story after Columbus, which is a 1492 1500 story. You had trade and thing of that sort going on way before that, right in
I
the
thought you
state.
said I thought you said 1942. You said 1492.
Yeah, 1492.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I still don't know who those tribes would have been.
Basically the same ones you see today, but in order though. We can get into that on a pier one day.
Definitely.
So, what was the conclusion about the black nationalism? No conclusion. Is it Pan Africanism in a new suit? Is that what it's supposed to be?
Legalized Pan-Africanism, pretty much, brother. Yes.
Yeah, that figures.
Sister Soul, you want to look up another name? Wanna just come to my head?
I'm outside real quick. I can do it in 1 second.
Oh, okay, okay. See what the chat says.
If Pan Africanism was started in the United States without any African influence, how in the hell can it be called Pan Africanism?
Because they identify with the people being origin from Africa. So they try to put our people coming from Africa or Africa greatness, Africa for Africans. I think that was the the motto, Africa for Africans, and that was like something that's supposed to have been stated all over, all throughout the whole world. So all melanated people supposed to identify with one location, which they gave us after the 1500, 1600 story. We all supposed to believe, even if if you knew of anything before the 15, 1600 of your origin being from some other land besides Africa, they still some kind of way tie you back to Africa through anthropology, um, DNA. They're using all kind of tricks and skills of the trade to get people to believe they from Africa or um identify with any parties that's in agreement with such belief. So you and I might not know that the target we go work for down the road can be in agreement with the policy that all Nubians, all melanatids come from Africa, right? Which they are. In actuality, they get a tax incentive for hiring melanated people. The more they have on their staff, the more tax incentive they get. I think it's like 20,000 per year per tax season. They get a tax incentive for hiring our people. And the idea is still in perception of an identity with Africa. So again, then this is what I was trying to get. As we go and sign a contract with this target to work for this target, whether we oblivious in agreement or not, we sign into the same policy beliefs as this um corporation that's up under a contract upon another corporation that made a contract with another corporation that created policies that all of them have to go by. So we get entangled by thinking we just getting up feeding ourselves, but and all along they got it set up as a trap.
And it's
And
all panning. That's why it's called Pan Africanism, brother. Just to give a quick description of panning. Panning is the technique of turning one's voice of the audience, so people that are listening, in order to collect eye contact of a greater portion of or the entire audience. So panning is the idea of putting people into one particular viewpoint, the construct of turning their view into something, to making the audience appeal to this view of something. So that's what Pan Africanism is. It's panning of the mind into this theology or theory that they've created, and they want to be, planned and mapped out into your mind. So that's why people call it Pan African, because it's panning of the thoughts, panning of the mind into a collective thought, or the audience believing something or falling for what is being presented. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but somebody defining a thought right? Somebody defining the thought and you actually conforming to that thought, that's two different things. I mean, I
That's
can't,
true.
right? I can't stop nobody for having a thought or even articulating that thought or even expressing that thought or even implying that thought, right? I
Right.
can't stop nobody from doing that. But what I can stop, what I can control, is how I respond or react to it. That's all I can do. I control what I control. I control what I control, and I expect others to control what they control. That's called being fair. Now,
But you
if you
can't control
saying,
that, brother, when it's put on you everywhere, on every aspect, right? When it's put on you
yeah,
by
you
your
can, yeah,
government, your religion,
yeah, you can control it by not participating. Definitely, it's just like I said, some of this shit just be that simple.
that's on the individual, correct. You can control what's being put into you, but the wide span of people cannot because they're not even aware of it. They don't realize the construct itself. So it's kind of hard for them to, kind of block something, I guess, or put it away from them if they're not aware that it's affecting them. And most people don't know that it's affecting them because they are part of that system because they have that belief that they're falling up under.
Let me ask a question then. Smoke. If I have my belief and I created it and put it on a paper, and you come sign to agreement to this belief I created, they don't hold you accountable when you're in agreement.
Yeah, if I agree with the terms, if I agree with the terms and conditions, but then I would have to have complete disclosure still for it to be valid. You can't say on that particular contract that this only implies this, but secretly you've already determined it implies something else. We haven't discussed there's something else that you plotted in secret. So then you can't say that we actually reached an agreement on it. So yeah, that'll be void. That'll be void on the face of it. And and I will hold you to that.
Right. So in the contract, you ever heard of small print?
Small print?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of small print.
Okay, so like when you go and say you go online and you do an app and you sign to that app, you know how it has policy enclosed might be in the blue, and the majority of the people don't read that policy enclosed. They might just hit sign app, but in that policy that's enclosed, that is in that small print, it might not be part of that contract that you're signing, but in that print, it's stipulating that it's a whole nother book and set of rules that apply to this contract. Whether it's your business to go and investigate that, the information is here. So if you sign this in idea of getting a home, an idea of getting a driver's license, an idea of sending your kids to school, an idea of all these wonderful things that's provided, your mind is seeing it in one frame of action, but not in actual reading the small print. And inside this small print, it stipulates that we do rules according to the federal guidelines of such and such code and statute. So when you go and look at their small print book and you go and investigate the U.S. code such and such statute, you see that it has you under or that individual, and we're not taking our investigation and time to do those things when we go sign, because we're not aware of it. Our majority of our people do not know what's going on. They just happy to have something from not having anything. So they're signing their name to an enslaved contract, which they would be liable for. Whether they know the truth or not, it's in public. It's already implemented. They give you the truth. It's just on you to go search for it. So now, as I stipulated that way to you, how you feel about now that you signed that paper? Where's your stance? Do you feel you obligated to it or not?
No, I still don't feel like I'm obligated to be nobody's slave by any means. I wouldn't give a fuck if I signed a million contracts. If I signed a contract that said I definitely agree to be your slave, guess what? I still ain't gonna be your slave. You just that's just a piece of paper with my name on it, bro. The instant that you try to tell me to do something that qualifies or certifies that I'm your slave, it's gonna get problematic right then and there. Now I don't give a fuck if you sitting back in some secret room talking about, yeah, look at all these signatures I got. Look at all these people who agreed to be my slave. Right? I can give a damn about that. But the instant you bring that to me, talking about, look, you signed this contract right here, now I need you to mow my grass for free. It's gonna get problematic right then and there. I don't care what a nigga say. It's what they doing, bro. It's all they say, all that he say, she say shit. Okay, cool. You okay, it's a contract that say I'm your slave. Treat me as thus, and we'll actually see if I'm your slave. That's when the rubber gonna meet the road, bro. I'm not scared of a piece of paper with my motherfucking name on it. That shit don't intimidate me. Do you feel like you have to honor every contract you sign, whether you read the small print or not?
As a matter of my word, I wouldn't put my name on it if I didn't agree to it. I know that much.
Right,
I won't sign
right.
shit I don't agree to. I don't sign shit I don't read. I don't sign shit I don't have full disclosure of. So by me just blindly signing something, I mean, hey, get what you deserve. That's for whoever. Man up. I don't know. I don't know no other thing. I know them white man, if they got a warrant on a man, and a man say he signed his warrant, signed his bond, and he skipped court, and that man sent 15 motherfuckers in his house behind that one man. Ain't no one standing up for him talking about fuck what he signed. They finna move the fuck out the way. I'm just saying in reality. And if the nigga don't want to lay down and put the cuff on and come along compliantly because he know he signed that shit and he under that shit, more power to him. I like to see that on TV or on the web. What how he get off of that one or what happened, the outcome. I like to see the outcome.
Will an
So I don't.
instance, will an instance that you have to configure that you have to go through those extreme measures to get somebody to comply to your contract, that would mean that you were already operating, you know what I'm saying, with ill intent, bro. Like like if me and you came to an agreement, if me and you came to an agreement, the last thing on my mind, the last thing on my mind is how the hell is I'm gonna get how the hell is I'm gonna get him to honor this contract, you know, how I'm gonna arrange some enforcements to get him to honor this contract. Right, that'll be the last thing on my mind if you and I reach an agreement. I'm just gonna expect you to honor your end of the agreement. I don't have to go and build a force to make sure that you honor. Damn, he gone.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I hear
Huh.
you loud and
Yeah, I'm saying I don't have to go and build a force to make sure you honor the agreement. I'm just gonna take your word that you're gonna honor the agreement. That you're gonna honor the agreement. See, it gives me
clear.
the inclination. It gives me the inclination that you know your contract is fraudulent on its face. You have to go through all those measures to make sure the people honor that agreement. It just speaks. It speaks for itself, bro. Either way you want to look at it, bro, it speaks for itself. And there's no statute of limitation on fraud, bro. I think that's why they came up with that one implicit rule. There's no statute of limitation on fraud.
Well, I hear you and I hear your plea, but the people you're speaking on is not you and me. They're themselves.
Well,
We
yeah,
know.
it do because if you're making the implication, if you're making the implication that every contract I sign has put me more and more in someone's ownership, yeah, then yeah, that would include me. And I done signed a lot of damn contracts, and I still don't feel like nobody got nothing over me. Nothing. Not even a damn contract.
Do you know what debtor's
I
prison is?
Yeah, see, I ain't looking to go. I ain't looking to go to
No.
heaven. I ain't
Do you
looking to
know?
go to stand before God and be judged by a panel of His angels, and they tell me you didn't honor these contracts.
Do you
You know
know
what I'm
what
saying?
debtor's?
Also, I don't think right. I don't think I'm gonna be judged. I don't think I'm gonna be judged for breaching a contract that I don't agree with.
Do you you know what debtor's prison is?
Debtors who?
Prison.
Debtors prison?
Yeah.
No, enlighten me.
Me and you could be on a similar page if you was aware of certain things that I am in awareness of. And I can't get mad at you for not knowing, bro. But there's certain things out here that you're not privy to. And I understand that. Now I can see the fight. The whole reason credit was implemented is to keep one out of debtor's prison. The reason your cash you spend it, the debt note, is to keep you out of debtor's prison. Keep one out of debtor's prison. Because in America, one can't own anything as a citizen under the establishment. So by you, a person being up under the establishment, such said a citizen, and they acquire certain things like a vehicle or a home or an apartment, food to eat, clothes to put on their back. These things are not truly given to them in right. They don't have the right to have these things. These things are given to them in an amendment or as a as a um admittment, like a privilege. So to stay out of debtor's prison and have all these things, you would go to prison even if you possess a pair of shoes, because the shoes don't actually belong to you. The shoes actually belong to an industry. So the industry put it in a debt base when they create it. It's basically already paid for, but they still want their money. The insurance company behind it want their money. So the insurance company come in and say, let me get a people a credit based system or a system based on credit so to keep them out of prison. And this is what's gonna get ready to occur right now with the Fed now thing. As as we they're giving you an opportunity to sign up to it, but if you don't, whatever you buy or whatever you purchase as a citizen, the government is not gonna insure you. So now you're gonna be liable for the things that you even possess to the people that truly owns it. No matter how much money you spent on it to go to the store and you believe it's yours, with that name on it and its patent, it still belongs to the company. So you have the provisions of an owner and something like an owner, but you're not truly the owner. So at any time, if these people come in with a thing where they want to possess their product, and whomever has a debt in the product, they want it served out in sweat and blood, because again, the money is not real. It's a debt note. So everyone using it is actually putting yourself in debt. That's why you can't own anything. So if they come and say if everyone that don't sign up to this government insurance about the currency and the way we set it up is the way it's going to be orchestrated, no matter how you feel, we're going to control your money, we're going to control your life, we're going to control everything. If you don't assist in it and you're not implemented in a status of privacy, you're still cited as a citizen with things that belong to us. So now you're liable, and now we can put you in debtor's prison. And if the people kind of realize what was going on with the FEMA buying up all the old army bases, the railroad cars that's leading to the army bases, the guillotine, the 2,000 plus guillotines they brought, and I believe the beginning year of ending of 19, beginning of 2020, the government brought the they was already preparing for what's to come. When the money fall, no one really gonna have anything to stand on. It's gonna be back into a situation where an individual can be put in debtor's prison. That means you pay out your debt, what you owe to society, whether it's credit, whether it's student loan, whether it's late payments on a house or late payments on a car, whatever it is that you done been in debt and you ain't clean your slate, you can be put in prison to serve that out. Pennies on a dollar. So there's a monopoly going on that some of us are not truly aware of what could be, what they already have documented of their setup. We by us not having this information, we can still feel a way that it's not true. But we in reality know that they've implemented basically every plan they've come out with. They achieved their goal. The Pan Africanism got us separated. The gangs got us separated. Uh, um, borders have us separated. Um, identity of certain divisions have us separated. They've done their job. Now they done cause a chaos. Now they need to make order within chaos. So they already implemented it, and I'm just you know trying to help some of my people understand the other side plans. But that's how it is, bro. That's what a debtor's prison is.
Well, I mean, I imagine if they went through all those measures to do what it is that they doing, then maybe they deserve to be doing what the hell, whatever it is, the hell that they doing. And if niggas cool with it, then it's cool. There's no need to complain. If you are in agreement with what's going on, what need have you to complain in, bro? Because if it is what it is, and you say that's what it is, then why even? It just is. I guess it's just nature. Then I guess it's just the way it's designed to be. But all I can say is when it's brought to me, I'm objecting. That's all I can say. You do what you want to do. I don't. I don't agree with it. It's just my personal. It's my personal view. Far be it for me to say, how anybody else express they beings around here. I just don't consent. I don't consent to being nobody's servant, nobody's slave, nobody's what else they call it? Subject, citizen, none of that goofy. To me, that's just goofy shit. It just means you accept. It just means you accept the threat that's presented before you, and you comply because you don't want the responsibility of challenging it. Right? You want to make the best way you can. You want to be able to navigate You want to be able to navigate and maneuver the best way you can to avoid being compromised within the perimeters of this threatening regime. Me myself, it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I got enough heart to tell these motherfuckers, fuck y'all. Just fuck y'all. It's just like that, belligerently. I don't have to honor. I don't have to honor your concepts, especially when I find that they don't benefit me. I don't have to honor those. I don't have to honor your concept for what? Oh, cause you got your numbers up. That's why I gotta honor it, right? Cause you can come get me. You can come chain me up, right? Well, you can do that whether I honor the agreement or not. If that's the type of power you got, what's stopping you from doing that? If I did honor the agreement, if I didn't honor the agreement, you still got that power, right? You still posing that same threat. So what's the difference of objecting and not objecting?
Because there's no forced slavery no more. It's all um um agreed upon. So they trick put a thing in front of you because it's all about image in front of the world. So as a person, want to keep doing business and have you entrapped into the thing. They got to show you where they're not enslaving you. So what they do is trick you to enslave yourself under their system. So it's not moving around through certain thing. Is knowing how to adequately attain and adapt and be in process of knowing business. And that again come into the separation of the majority and minor. The minor is always gonna be the one someone has to take care of. And that's the spot where a person don't be into a business set of their own operation and then of their own control. The creator of those businesses that you have to deal with every day when you go spend the money, you're under that system. You can't get from under that system to buy clothes, to I mean, just for basic necessities. And there's nothing big. This is just saying basic necessity. You have to be involved with the businesses. The businesses don't care who you are or what you look like when you come in there to spend that green note. All they know is you're conforming to their operation, whether you like it or not. That's what we do.
Well, I mean, that's cool. That's hey, okay. I don't have a problem with that. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I'm gonna do what I
Right,
gotta do. I'm gonna do what I gotta do,
right,
regardless. But
right.
the shit that I don't gotta do, I probably ain't gonna do that. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna do what I gotta do regardless. I don't give a fuck who's saying I gotta do it because I know I got to do that. I already know I got to do that. But the shit I don't gotta do as far as somebody saying, no, you gotta do this. But I know I ain't gotta do it. Well, no, I ain't doing it.
Oh,
That's what I'm
okay.
talking about. Yeah.
Well, make sure you got a camera nearby whenever you feeling froggy. I want to see you leaping. I want to see how smoke signal defy the world.
I'm
That's what I
not. I'm
want.
not in the. I'm not. I'm not in defiance of the world. I'm telling you, ain't nobody hanging around me, instructing me every moment of my day, bro. That's why I say I don't get what y'all saying. Y'all under somebody's control. Ain't nobody. I mean, I don't see this. I don't see nobody with no whip or no gun pointed at me every moment of the day, instructing me about my whereabouts and my
Right,
movements, bro.
right,
I'm free to move out here. I can basically do anything I want to do. But you know, I got enough discernment to know that there's some things you shouldn't want to do. They're just called being they're just called being responsible and accountable. That's why I say I don't think contracts control you. I don't even think you obligated to a fraudulent ass contract. Your mother informed on you. If I go ask my mama right now, Mama, did you inform on me? She gonna say, "Boy, what the fuck is you talking about?" So that gives you that gives you the indication of a fraud right there. So why am I even? I don't even consider that shit. When niggas be telling me, "Oh, your mama's informed on you," and my in the back of my mind be like, "Man, stop it. My mama ain't did shit like that."
Have you seen a birth certificate?
Yeah, I seen the birth certificate.
And where your mom's signature is, what it say?
I don't know. I ain't never paid attention to that part.
Oh, next time you look at it, pay attention to it.
Yeah, if I ever look at it again, I don't give a damn about no birth certificate.
No, no, no. You say you never seen it. I'm just showing you where you can see it for your own eyes. If you
Yeah, I'm
wanna,
just saying. I
if you
mean,
wanna, if
to,
you wanna be
to
in
me,
knowledge, if you wanna
to
be in
me,
knowledge of something, instead of fighting
mm,
something and saying it's not true
I'm,
when it's obviously
I'm
true,
not, I'm not saying.
there's the
I'm not saying it
opportunity.
ain't true. I'm not saying it ain't true. I'm not saying it don't stay informant. I'm just saying that my mama gonna tell me that she not an informant, and I'm gonna agree with her. I'm gonna say you damn right. You not a damn informant. Much as you fed me and raised me, why would I? Why would I even attempt to believe that she's a damn motherfucking informant because of people? Because a piece of paper say she a damn informant. If that piece of paper, if that piece of paper said, if that piece of paper said you now own Germany, you think I'm gonna start acting like I own Germany, bro? I can give a damn what that piece of paper say. I live in reality. I don't live on paper. I do not live on paper, bro.
Do you go to the store and spend paper?
Yeah, I submit it. Yeah, I
You
submit it.
live on.
What
Do
they
it
got to do
feed
with
you?
it?
Do it buy your food?
The, the
Does
paper,
it?
look, the paper don't make me spend it. I spend it at
No,
my
no,
own. I spend the
no.
paper at my own will. The people, the paper does not compel me. The paper does not compel me to spend it or not spend it. I do it at my own will, bro.
Right, but do you do it? That ain't what I asked. I don't. You going? You
I
moving
said,
the
yeah,
goalpost.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I do. I do spend it.
So you do
Some
live on paper, but you don't live on paper. Which one
No,
is
I
it?
live on earth. I live on ground. I live on the ground, bro. I don't live on the paper.
Now we
I'm not
playing
a I'm not a
semantics.
nigga. I am not a
So
nigga that's walking
now
around
we
on a
playing
piece of paper,
semantics.
bro. I do not live on it, bro.
Now we playing semantics.
Like,
Where
well, I
your
can live without it though. That's what I'm telling you. I'll
where
still
your
be
clothes?
alive.
Where your clothes?
I would
Where your
still be
clothes?
alive if I didn't have a dollar in my pocket, bro. I'll still be alive, bro.
Where
So
your clothes? Where
it's
your clothes
fantasy
come from?
island type shit. The plan. The plan. Go ahead, bro.
Where your clothes come from? What is it? Polyester? What you have? Kind of clothes you have?
Where you suggest clothes come from? I say they come from the. I say clothes come from the earth.
Yeah, yeah. They cotton. They is cotton or polyester, silk. What you what?
I don't know all the shit. Jean, denim,
Right. Your sheets. They cotton, polyester. What?
suede, rubber.
Uh,
All that shit come from the earth. It don't
no,
come
no.
from a piece of paper.
Okay.
It don't come
So
from a piece of paper, bro.
what I'm specifically giving you is your clothes, the linen you lay on, the little bed mattress that little shit is made out of. All that is a form of paper, bro.
No, it ain't, bro. Just making it up. You making it up. I ain't going for it.
So cotton, the money you spend is in cotton. That ain't what's on your back. That ain't your sheets, cotton sheet. You don't have cotton sheet. What you have? Silk sheet. That's why I asked you what you have. Where you walk around in all day? Cotton, polyester,
Satin.
bare
You have
bare
satin
bottom.
sheets, silk sheets, cotton sheets,
Where you
linen in
walking
general, bro.
around?
Like what? Okay, I just need you to say. I just need you to say what it is you're trying to say, and see if I agree with it. Just say what
Ah,
you're trying to say, and
I
see if
already
I agree with
saying
it,
it.
bro.
I already saying it. You saying you don't live on paper, you don't sleep on paper, you don't
No,
walk
no,
you walk around with
no,
paper all day. Stop playing games. Stop
no,
playing worse than that thing. Like you're trying to get out of
no,
that box and you still
no.
locked in the box.
You trying to say,
That
you
box.
trying to
Just
say,
knocking
you
that
trying to
box down.
say.
That box is shaking over there.
So are you saying that this? Are you saying that this reality, that we are living in presently, is existent upon paperwork, bro. That what you saying?
I don't know what reality you talking about.
I'm talking about this reality. Do they find the bullets in them M16, them 9mm, and them AK-47s? Do they find bullets out of paper? Out of paper? Is those paper bins that pushing projectiles out those barrels, bro? Is them paper airplanes up in the sky? Is the gas you put in your tank? Is it paper, bro? Like, what you really saying? Is everything paper to you, my nigga?
It takes paper to move all of that.
Okay.
It takes paper to make all of that. The engineer got to go and process the design before the fucking product even is created. And that's
I
pencil
hear you
and paper.
talking.
A
I
man
hear you.
gotta sit down and think out anything before he actually does it. And if a man don't put it on paper and pencil, he gotta forget it. By the time he get up to go do what he damn, I don't forgot how to damn, I need to go back to the pencil and paper and write this shit down and then go execute what I need to execute. So I don't know, bro. I don't know what type of work. I grew up in a home where you had to learn. It wasn't no more living out in the like you don't have to learn. We had enough of that in our family bloodline. Nobody giving a fuck about learning. So it was implemented into us. Hey, try to read everything you can, and as you read, you learn shit that other people don't know. And then when you look at them people and they say, "Oh, well, the world is round," they never read anything to defer that or to give evidence to it. But they'll follow up behind it because they just going on talk alone. They only know about talk. They don't know nothing else. Just talk. But I understand, bro.
Yeah, I still disagree with that, bro. It's a lot of shit I do throughout my daily existence requires me not to have any paper trail about it, bro. Like, I can open my refrigerator. I ain't gotta notify nobody. We got that. Many times as I want to. I ain't gotta keep count, and I ain't gotta let nobody else know how many times I'm opening this motherfucker, bro. Like, I'm doing shit in my own reality without having to utilize paperwork, bro. You talking about specific things that require paperwork. I don't have a problem with those specific things that require paperwork, but that don't dominate my entire existence. The things that require
What
paperwork require
what
paperwork.
you
Okay,
what you what you just say? Things require paperwork. Well, how you? I don't know where you just said it out your own mouth, but I yeah, you're right. You're totally right. I'm not in a disagreement. You're right. I go exactly with what you just said.
Well, of course, I do understand some shit about paperwork. If you want to deal with those people who require you to have that type of paperwork, everybody I deal with is not a requisite that we deal with paperwork, bro. Some people I deal with we don't even want a trail. We don't want
Right,
that. We don't want that wrote down on nothing. We don't want no
right,
stamp and seal of approval for some of the
right,
shit I do. So it goes
right,
without paperwork, is what I'm saying.
right.
Paper for any of my I want done that requires paperwork, then I'm free to utilize paperwork, but I'm forced to. See, that's the thing that get me when they say, "Oh, you got to have paperwork. You got to do it like this. Your mama's a goddamn informant." I'm gonna say, "No, bro, I disagree." But I'm
Hey,
gonna say that every time. I'm gonna say, "No, bro, I
you,
disagree."
you remember the dude in I believe it was New York named Eric Gardner? I believe that was his name. You remember that guy?
Yeah, the nigga
You
that got
remember?
choked out selling cigarettes. That's what you talking about?
Yeah. You
Hey,
know he was right in front of an establishment that sold cigarettes with paperwork, but he without paperwork got choked the fuck out.
what they got to
He
do with it, bro? What they
I'm,
got to
I'm
do with it?
hold up. I'm just giving you an instance on the brethren doing whatever the fuck he wanted to do. and without any reason did he violate on anyone else, and they infringed his right to even to the life to life. They infringed his right to live. So I'm
So
just
you saying?
giving an example, bro. I'm giving an example. He
So,
was standing right
so you
outside of a
saying?
he was standing right outside of a place that sells cigarettes with paperwork versus a man 2 feet in front of their door without any paperwork.
So
Doing the same.
basically what you saying? Some paper would have saved his life. What you saying? Because
I
I
said,
know a
dude,
lot of niggas. I know a lot of niggas with proper paperwork. I know a lot
I'm
of
asking,
niggas with proper paperwork that got took about this motherfucker, bro.
yeah, I'm asking you right now. I'm asking you, this guy,
Asking me what?
what I
What
just
you
asked you.
asking me?
I just
What you
asked you.
asking me though? You gave me an example of somebody getting killed because their paperwork wasn't in order. What
Don't
you
worry
asking me?
about
You gave me an example. What you asking me concerning it though?
Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. If you can't understand what the example I just gave you, you
Yeah.
want to give me something? You want to give me an example? Give me an example. I can resonate with that. But by you just ignoring the example when you said, "Oh, there ain't no paperwork. I can do what I want to do." I gave you an
No,
example of
bro.
a. I gave you.
You
I gave
really
you an.
interested.
I gave you an example, bro, of a brethren doing free will. That's all. Not to combat you. I gave you an example. Now explain that one on your premise and make it make sense. That's all I'm asking you. It don't have to be complicated. Just give me a simple answer to the question.
You breaking up? No, you gave me an example. Well, I want to know what your question is. You never asked me a question.
Can you hear me now?
No, you breaking up.
Oh, I'm breaking up. Can you hear me better?
Yeah. Now you told me about the dude standing in front of the stove, getting choked out without the paperwork, and you said somebody had paperwork and then nothing happened to them. So
Yeah, I said I wanted you to make that make sense to me about one man doing something with paperwork and another man doing the same thing without paperwork 2 feet away from him. Why was it the
okay,
man
can
with
we can we get a can we get an image? Can we get an image of a man who had the paperwork?
um same build, same height, same color, just a different shirt and pants?
Was it is his twin brother or something? His twin brother was in the store selling cigarettes, and he was outside selling cigarettes without paperwork, and he got killed. Right? Just want to
I don't
explain it to you.
I don't know if it was his twin brother. I ain't telling you it was
But
around the
you said
same
the same color, same build, same height. I'm just gonna say,
same
yeah, that's his twin. His twin
I
was in
was
the store. Right, that was right. His twin was in the
right.
store with paperwork to sell cigarettes. He was outside without the paperwork to sell cigarettes, and he ended up dying. You want me to explain it to you in real time? You need an explanation for that?
Yeah.
He died for not having paperwork for selling the cigarettes, or did he die because those cops wanted him dead? Which one? I don't know. Which one is it to me? So let's see if we can make some sense out of it.
Huh?
Yeah, let's see if we can make some sense out of it. I think the
I
police
just
wanted to kill him. I think
asked you
I
to
think the police I think the
I,
police wanted to kill him, and they used them cigarettes that he was selling as an excuse. That's how I'm going. That's how I'm going to make some sense out of it.
they use what as an excuse?
Him selling the cigarettes without the paperwork, they used that as an excuse to kill him.
Oh,
Surely they didn't have to kill him. Surely they didn't have to kill him. They weren't commissioned to kill him for not having paperwork selling those cigarettes. They didn't leave they meeting that morning, and the sergeant told them, if y'all find a nigga out there without paperwork selling cigarettes, y'all make sure y'all kill him. I'm pretty sure they weren't under that type of motherfucking commission. I think they was seeing a nigga, caught him slipping, and killed his motherfucking ass and used it as a damn excuse. That'll be my explanation.
Mm-hmm. They still don't deny the fact, though, right?
No, it neither confirms nor denies.
Okay.
I've given this, I've given my stance considerable thought, bro. I didn't just wake up one day and say, nah, man, I'm fuck this shit. I
It sounds
contemplated
like
this.
it
Yeah,
sounds like
I
you ain't,
know. Right,
you
I
ain't
know. Right.
kind of
It,
jump off the porch,
I mean,
nigga.
you get to say
Yeah.
whatever you want to say because I can't control your responses, bro. Like I said earlier, I can't control your responses. Even if I had a contract that said not in certain ways, you will still find a way to respond the way you motherfucking want to. That's why I say contracts are null and goddamn void because they can be breached anytime a nigga feel like breaching them motherfuckers. It's just a piece of paper. It's
There's a
just a piece of
consequence.
paper.
There's a consequence behind breaching.
It's a consequence for everything. For
A positive.
everything. It's a
Think
consequence
about
for everything.
think about it.
Don't we have?
That's
You can
why
fuck the
I make a
you can
better
fuck the
decision.
wrong bride. You can fuck the wrong bride and be having a head. There's consequences for everything, bro. Big deal. So what? You still gonna man up, ain't you? Do the contracts prevent do the contracts prevent you from manning the fuck up? That's what I want to ask niggas. Do the contracts prevent you from manning the fuck up? Do they prevent you? Do the contract prevent you from saying fuck that contract? Because I just signed a lot of them, and I'm saying fuck them contracts. Just a fucking piece of paper to me.
What about the sister Nova poet? She just put up a good question. Tamir Rice. You remember Tamir Rice?
The little boy that got shot in the park with the rubber gun or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah. And you know ain't nothing happened to them cops.
A lot of kill niggas don't let nothing happen to them.
Do you know why ain't nothing happened to them cops?
Cause
Actually,
you know niggas,
he was protected.
cause
This is the
niggas,
one. Tamir Rice is the one. Isn't that just to verify? Is that the one with the cop, or is that the one the dude chased down with the Skittles in his hand? Just to clarify.
No, that's the
nah,
little
it was
kid.
Trayvon Martin. Trayvon Martin is the one that had the skill.
Trayvon. Okay,
Tamir,
thank you.
Tamir Rice was the one that cop was the one with the toy gun in the park. And the reason
That
why
was on the
nothing happened to them
playground.
cops, and the reason why nothing happened to them cops, cause the niggas didn't do to them cops. They did something to them cops. That's what
Why not?
some would have happened to them. Then. Some would have happened to them. The niggas would have did something to them. But by the mere
Is it
fact that niggas didn't do nothing to them, didn't nothing happen to them.
yo, is it my phone breaking up or is it smoked?
It got to be yours. I'm clear. I'm clear.
Sister Soul.
Yeah, you're clear.
It was smoke breaking up to you or was it me?
I'm clear, bro.
Yeah. So let me give you a sight. The police is are straight security guard for property. They are property enforcers. That's all they there for. So when you live in a zone that's under police control, you are considered their property by law because you're under their zone. Whether
That's
you
not no law. That's not a law, bro.
it
That
is
is
a
not a
law.
law.
Go look
No.
it up, bro. Yes, it
You
is. It's
just
a law.
earlier you said you can't own nothing in America. Now you're saying you're under ownership. See, both of these cannot exist in reality at the same time, bro. So now I have to ask you, which one is it, bro?
Did you just hear what I said?
Yeah, you said It's a law that you under ownership because you consider somebody's property. But earlier you said in America you can't own anything. So which one of these is true, bro? Either you can own something in America or you can't own anything. Which one is it, bro?
Listen. So what you create, you own.
Okay, didn't nobody, the police didn't create me. The state didn't create me. The federal government didn't create me, bro. So how can they own me?
They created that zone. That's their claim of property.
No, they did not create. They did not create that zone. That zone existed before they even had their funky ass over here. See, this is why I say. This is why I say this law shit y'all niggas be preaching. Really, it sound like a sermon to me. This shit is Jesus walked on water. It is. Some people can do some shit that you can't do. So you need to pay homage to these motherfucking magicians who can work magic spells that you can't work. And I'm gonna object to that every time, bro. It's just time for niggas to snap out of it, bro. You own because you allow yourself to be owned, and I want to allow myself to be owned, bro. That's just that on that. I don't care how you try to break it down. I will not allow myself to be owned. I don't give a fuck how many pieces of paper that is owned. I don't give a fuck how many pieces of paper they got on me. I want to allow myself to be owned, bro. That's just that on it. I don't care what argument you make. If you cool with that, you cool with that. I can't stop you from thinking somebody own you, bro. And you can't convince me that somebody does own me. It's just not gonna happen.
What proof you got to say different?
That I'm doing what I want to do right now. And can't nobody stop me from doing what I want. Can't nobody stop me from doing what I want to do right now. Whether I want to do something or not. If I don't want to do something, can't nobody come make me do something. If I want to do something, can't nobody stop me from doing that. That's my proof. Now you prove to me otherwise. You prove to me otherwise, then I'll believe you. Then I'll believe you. Don't tell me. Show me, bro. Like Missouri. Show me.
All right, we're going back to the instance now. Whenever you get out of hot air, we're going back to the instance of Tamir being in the park, doing what he wanted to do. He doing what he wanted to do. Ain't bothering no one.
For sure.
But someone who had an implication that something that's under their zone, they have the right to police. Again, secure property that's owned by them. You didn't build that. They claim they did. You didn't put a contestant when they claimed it. So the claim's still valid. You coming over interrupting what they claim.
You breaking up, bro. You bring that bullshit out to the public forum, bro. I don't even think the ancestors want that shit to be allowed to be said. The shit you uttering out your mouth, I don't think the ancestors want that shit to be heard.
If you shut your mouth long enough, you might get in here.
You was the one breaking up. My shit clear. The ancestors fucking with me. They showing me favor. Go ahead.
So you say. But anyway, they can police their property. They created that property. When they created it or claimed they created it, no one contests to it. You didn't contest to it, so the claim's still valid. So by you thinking you can do what you want to do on their territory, you sadly mistaken, bro. And that's the evidence that I show you. Tamir Rice. You've seen it for yourself. And if you don't remember, you can go and see it again. Because they got it documented. If you think you can do what you want to do, no matter what age you are, we have the authority to do what the fuck we want to do to you. So, again, big man, big strong Hercules. Go out there and show the people, put it on camera, and show the people them what it's all about. What you about. Show it. Don't tell us, don't talk us to death, go show it.
I'm talking, you talking. Now why I gotta show you something and you ain't showing me nothing? See, that gives the inclination that you think you got a leash around my neck. Now I said earlier, I do what I want to do, And there's some things a nigga shouldn't want to do. And I also said the things that I don't want to do, I don't do. So ain't no need of you making no suggestions. I am a free inhabitant, bro. You can't even make suggestions. You can't even make suggestions to me. Try to challenge my ego, bro. You trying to challenge my ego, and I'm completely void of ego, nigga. I know the direction that I'm facing, bro. I just them word spells that you trying to use, playing on my emotions, bro. That ain't gonna
What
work.
ego?
Just like the
What does
Constitution
ego
don't
mean?
work on me. Just like
What ego?
the
What ego
UCC
mean?
codes don't work on me. You see how you can't control yourself. You got to defend your position, even though you know I was already talking to you. But I'm gonna let you have the flow. See if you can explain that shit some more. Go ahead. You got the flow. I relinquish.
I said, what ego mean?
Pull it up. Let's see if we can agree with the definition. Because I got my own definition of ego.
Yeah, got a whole lot of your own shit going on over there.
That's what like I told you, I'm a free nigga. I'm free nigga. I can make up my own definitions if I want to. I'm not compelled. I'm not compelled to agree with anything that I don't agree with. I don't give a fuck what the name of it is.
Just know you gotta stand by them same standard.
I will. You got to stand by yours, right? I know I got to stand by mine.
I don't
So
have
what's the
no handout.
complete?
I don't have no handout. I ain't giving no transition against the providers that give to me and I receive from every day. I'm not fighting them. I'm not complaining about them. I know how to move around. I'm not sitting out saying, "Oh, they did this and they doing that and they did, but they can't do this and they can't do that. They can't do this." I'm talking right now. I'm talking right now. I'm not saying. I'm not. Oh my God! Go ahead, get your air out, Bray. Get your hot air out.
You're saying it sounds like you saying it to me, but go ahead. You sound very bound. You sound very bound and constricted to me, my brother.
I saying it to whomever's listening and does the complaining and does the crying, but not doing any solutions to pull themselves out of this situation in the end, besides more complaining. That's who I'm speaking on. That's not me.
Oh, okay,
I'm not complaining about shit. I know the shit. I know how the shit work. I'm cool. I'm not stressed at all. Living with nobody. Can nobody when to wake up, when to drive here, when to come there, what to do, what to eat, how to eat. None of that. None of that. No form, shape, or fashion at all. If I don't want to spend $1, I don't have to get up to move. That's how I live. So I ain't complaining.
And that's your choice, right? Just you live that way because you live that way because you chose to, or because somebody made you live the way you live.
Oh, they made me. They made me because I seen the system and how being trapped in the system and not doing different instead of being part of the system and instead of keeping your people down. They made me change up. Yeah. Oh yeah. And people don't really understand. The more you spend money, the more you impoverish your own brethren. Yeah, they made me understand. The more you work for these people and build up their establishment, the more you build a system. Yeah, they made me change. So I had to go in my own financial basis of economy stability. Yeah, I had to come from up under their system. I'm gonna complain no more.
They made you do all this stuff, but they allowed you to come from under their system. And what means did you utilize to come from under their system, bro?
Allowed me.
Yeah, you said they was making you do shit at first, right? They was making you do this. They was making you do that by your own admission, right? You said that they was making you do something. Then you realize or you realized at one point that what they was making you do was working for you. So you came from under their system. So
Right.
what gave you that ultimate control to come up from under their system? Because at first they was making you do shit. When did they stop making you do shit? It gave you the opportunity to come from up under their system. How did that work?
Learning how to control my own affairs.
There you go. See how simple that was. So if you controlling your own affairs, then you're not under anybody else's control, right?
Depends on the severity.
See this why you lot of niggas is funny to me. You niggas like to do shuffles. Like a real simplistic ass question only requires a very simplistic ass answer. But now you want to be
I gave it.
it all depends it all depends on
They
it
could
all
possibly
depends on the
be.
severity. Come
What
on,
else you
bro.
looking for?
Come on with the
Kindergarten.
madness. Come on, that was simple. Yes or no. I am no longer under anybody else's control. So you're saying there are severe instances where you're still under somebody else's control, then, right?
Well,
There is a
you
thing.
got to
There
take
is a.
control of yourself when it comes to that, though, Smoke. It is a way to do that. They took control of you via the paperwork. They enslaved you via the paperwork when it comes to the paperwork of the person, which is the persona that represents you as the man that you are, right? Or me as the woman that I am. You as the man or me as a woman. We have to take the control ourselves the same way via the paperwork to basically disregard their paperwork, cast it to the side, make sure we let them know that we know it's faulty, that it is not legitimate, and I am now setting the standards for who I am and what part of this system I play. So you have to let them know that you are in control of these standards. You're the one that's in control, and you know that you are. And you are no longer under their guidelines because I am the person who is qualifying myself. And that is by your legal jargon and using their system against them to actually break away from it by not being enslaved to it through their paperwork, if that makes sense, brother.
And then once you do that,
These contracts that y'all speak of, what are the terms and conditions? What exactly are you allowed to do by these contracts? And what exactly are you not allowed to do by these contracts?
You making the contract, bro. So you're allowed to put what you want to be in the contract when it comes to you, because you are the grantor. You are the person who has the control or ownership of you as the person that you are. You are your property of yourself actually belongs to you. So you set the terms and conditions on your property.
I wouldn't disagree with that. That's a contract. That's a contract I sign to say I'm ultimately in control of what the hell I got going on. I wouldn't
that's a
disagree with that at all. But the
There
that's a
you
instance
go,
that
Smoke.
contract,
That's where
but
we
the
at. Go
instance,
ahead, Nadi.
yeah,
That's
but
where
the
we
instance
at,
that
brother.
contract says, the instance the contract says, no, you got to do this and you got to do that. Or then it becomes problematic for me.
let me let me talk to you. So that's the contract you create. You don't necessarily sign that for no one's permission. You create that and submit it where they know who you are. You got to give your enemy a chance to know who the fuck he fighting before he go in the ring. So what you're doing is preparing it. This is me. This is how I stand. This is my principle. Don't cross that. We're good. Now, what you got to do to make yourself in security is now create an entity, because you still, when you out here by yourself, you still got to deal with me. You still got to deal with the sister. You still got to deal with the other brothers. These other people have the right in their own fashion and own contract for no one to infringe on them. So now you need to create a business. Now you're under a business agreement, the law of business, not you per se. You still free over here under your contract, but your entity that you have to use to mingle or create or trade with me, my entity, it need to be covered. So you need to separate that from yourself. So if that entity do something to me and I sue it, or the state come and be my guardianship, or I'm the ward of and press charges on your entity for violating me, you have it covered because it's in a business structure. and it's also insured and licensed. You're working in business. You're doing your own footwork where the government isn't holding your hand and doing it for you.
Well,
So you, brother, you had
I never known the government to really do anything for
What you
anyone.
think? What you think the state versus smoke signal is? If you hit somebody in their mouth and it says state versus smoke signal, and then turn around, whoever you hit in the mouth, say Louise or Lewis, you hit Lewis in the mouth. Lewis turn around and hit you for $1 million lawsuit, civil lawsuit, after your ass done did 15 years in prison. You done got hit twice for that same suit because the state is backing Lewis up. The state, Lewis is state property because he's a ward, he's a citizen. The state can do what the fuck they want to do with Lewis. Lewis belonged to the state. So if you violate Lewis, the state gonna pick it up.
Well, I'm under the impression that the state can do anything with Lewis only if Lewis allows the state to do so. That's just my opinion.
Lewis is
Well,
a
Lewis didn't
citizen.
have to allow it smoke. His mom allowed it because his mom, unbeknownst to her, as an informant of the state, signed a birth certificate enlisting her child as an enemy of the state. So now this is why the child is now under the state's sponsorship
Ward.
because
Ward.
the wardship. Because now your mom, unbeknownst to her, she signed a fraudulent contract that they tricked her into because why she was on her deathbed. You know, when a woman delivers birth, she's at the brink of death. This is why a lot
Right.
of women can die in childbirth, brother. So at this time, she was under a state of delusion, delirium. She was not even in her right mind. They had her sign information and sign her child over to them. And she did not know that. Now, you, as the person, have to say, hold on. And you let them know this. You guys had my mom sign this. And unbeknownst to her, she didn't know she was signed as an informant, but now I'm aware of it. Now I'm with all my capabilities and my mental faculty, and I'm aware of everything that's going on in the law. So now, since she did that, what I'm doing as the adult person that she signed over, right? I'm taking the ownership and the control of that. Let's say we'll call it Smoke Two. Your birth certificate is Smoke Two. That's all the indentures under the government, right? You're going to let them know I'm taking the ownership of Smoke Two. Me Smoke Signal, we're just using that as the name, right? Me Smoke Signal is taking the ownership of Smoke Signal in the all caps. So I can do a couple of things. I can take power of attorney to take control of that name. I can also take and go do a ownership through a DBA and put that name, the name that's on their birth certificate, the all caps name, under a business. Now I have control over that business. The state doesn't have control over it because it belongs to me, because I'm literally the grantor. And you have proof of that because your birth certificate proves that that is you. So
No,
you are the person that owns that property, if that
no,
makes sense.
in no way, form, or fashion am I under their jurisdiction because I put that in notification to, even to them that they now know who the fuck I am and they can't even play with me. If they do come play with me, I can do what I have to do to protect my livelihood, my personal space and property, and every life of liberty. I have that right. No one, and I won't be seen as a bandit or outlaw for doing it.
That's right. You are the grantor, you are the creditor, you are the owner of that particular property, which is yourself that they created. They created a false entity of property to use under the commerce guidelines. Oh, well, thanks for creating that. I appreciate it. You can even be sarcastic. Thanks so much for handling that for me. I appreciate you putting me in the commerce world and handling things and adding up these securities you've been trading so that they built financial status under my name. So right now I don't need you to have that fiduciary responsibility because that's what they have. They have a legal fiduciary responsibility supposedly to enact this correctly, but they haven't been. So you'll tell them, hey, thanks so much. But now I release you as a fiduciary. And I now will take the full ownership and control of this and I'm handle shit from here on out. That's kind of what you're doing.
So since you did that, what extra rights, privileges, or entitlements do you have now?
Hey, now, there you go, brother. Nabi just was trying to, Nabi was just trying to tell you that these are the privileges that you obtain because now you have the control or the ownership of you. They don't have it any longer. So, say that court situation Nabi was just telling you about, right? when they try to bring you into the court system, so on and so forth, hold on, brother, you can't bring me into the court system because first off, the court can't even operate against a living person, which is a living man or a woman. So you having the ownership, you're entitled to the name. They can't trespass because it would be trespassing on your property to bring your property into court without you giving them the authority to. So you are now in control of anything that comes to in that court situation and in any other situation, brother. You can now go back and you those places that they had you sign these other faulty contracts and rescind those contracts. Oh, I had a driver's license in such and such state. Oh, I had two driver's licenses. I even had one over here in this
Mortgages,
state. I went and I
mortgages, property, property
everything.
tax, car notes, all of that is now privy to you because you are the real true American. You're not cited as a citizen. So anything they built on your land, that's the only thing they control. It's the things they build on top of the land. They don't control the land. So they owe you repentance. So everything you receive in your under your identity, is yours. It belongs to you, and they can't say shit when you walk on the earth and they see you. You's a king. They can't even look your way.
So how much
They can't tell
repentance
you how to
have you?
move.
So how much repentance have you received since completing this process?
What me myself or Naughty? Because I've definitely received some
Either
things.
one, either one of y'all.
And including our TV,
including
because
App TV. Yep.
they sent our TV. They sent our TV whole federal check back to him. What he ever worked for, all the money he ever worked for after he came up out of their shit. The IRS did sent them a check in the mail. This how real this shit is, bro. I ain't playing. I ain't just talking to waste there, bro. I'm actually trying to assist you into receiving something, getting somewhere,
Because they owe you. They've been owing
because
you
they
since your
owe you.
birth, and they've been building up on you, just accruing things on the behalf of you, when nobody even asked they asked to, and secretly, connivingly, and keeping you poor on top of it, and having you go and work double. They're getting
Put
double
in,
payment when you go and sign up for one of these stupid ass corps and shit. And you working for them. Same thing.
pay
You
him
stealing
down.
from them.
Hey, mic check, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Quick question to the panel and to the chat. Much love and respect to everybody. Have y'all heard what the Pope said about the doctrine of discovery? Yes or no?
Yes. What about it?
How basically it was made up and how they used it to basically take our land and our birthrights.
Yes, sir.
He
But you see
admitted
the
that.
you
He
see the
admitted that.
corporation.
He
But,
coming
but
to they trying to bring forth good faith, right? Which is bullshit. Y'all don't have no fucking mercy or no pity, bitch. Because first off, y'all knew this shit from the get go. Don't come now like, oh shit, they know what's going on. Oh, they figuring shit out. Oh, they've got it together now. They these people are sending in papers and they're on top of it. We better come
Sis,
clean. Don't try to come with clean hands now.
sis,
It's too late for that.
you know what it's all about. Let me show you guys.
real quick, Nadi, let me say this. It basically says that that slave story is a lie. That Bible verses that y'all niggas believe in is a lie. It was all made up. Mythology. And I land and rest the mic.
All
Definitely.
right.
They Commonwealth says that real quick, Nadia. I'm sorry. They Commonwealth. In their Commonwealth, right? Of England. It talks about how they used Jesus. I did a whole build on it just to clarify for anyone that didn't hear it because this is important. They said that they brought Jesus to press down onto the people, to bring darkness on the land. Now, this is out their own words, the creation of this. So it's been proven so many times. They tell on themselves all the time. They can't keep shit a secret from us. And they know that because they know this is the age of enlightenment. They've been talking about it forever. They've been fearing that shit. Oh, the age of Aquarius, the water barrier, the age of information, where all water is, it transmits information. It holds that memory of the shit. They knew this. They knew we was gonna be woken up. So now they have to try to come with clean hands. This is the operating with clean hands. Oh, let's tell the truth. This was a lie, acting like they didn't know. Y'all knew this shit all along. Y'all been playing along with it. Don't act like y'all bringing something to the light when we've already known these things. You know what I'm saying? It's them just trying to play clean hands, and it's bull because they never had clean hands. They still dirty. I don't care if they so-called admitting truth. They dirty.
I totally
So
agree,
the
sister.
so
I
the
just love when my enemy admit that they did wrong. You know what
Yes.
I mean?
trick,
That's my
the
biggest thing.
trick,
We
the
all know
trick.
that they've been lying since
So
day
the
one, since they came here.
so, so
Go
the
ahead,
trick
Nadi.
is the trick. You gotta know the trick. You gotta remember that ignorance of the law is no excuse. No matter how we see it, the Pope is still head orchestrator of their commerce law, which trickle downs to every law that's created under them. So the trick is we got the truth in front of you. Now participation, any participation is self willing and self accountability. Do you understand? Will you sign up as a slave? No, use a slave by your own accordance. Not over no tricks, not over no um um fake entity, because we're not gonna stop our businesses. We're not gonna stop our corporations. We're not gonna stop. That's what them telling you.
But that's what it is. They created a fake entity and used it to tax you and to enslave you. That fake entity. But some people want to still hold on to that fake entity. But that fake entity ain't nothing but the state. And I rest the mic.
And to take that in further detail with that, you're right, Philly. What they do, they have a certain amount of taxes that are allocated to them because they do these certificates of participation and incorporation. So now there's the amount of taxes they have to pay. So what they do, they make it where those taxes they have to pay, they making you pay it. So you're signing up and incorporating them to dig into your information and take your funding because you're signing a promissory note. The application is only a promissory note because that's all you're doing. You're signing that promissory note for their company, going in with their articles of incorporation. So now they get funding on you because they have gotten your promissory note from you. Then they turn around and have you working for their ass like another damn slave on top of it, paying the taxes that their business is due. So that's what you're working for. You're not working for you because you don't really see none of that fake ass money. All those is debt notes too. That cash you running to get. So now when you creating all these debt notes for yourself, they got you paying their taxes off through their fake ass system. If everybody came to the light and understood what was really going on and stopped and said, I'm not going to fuck to work today, they would be shut down. They would get the hell out of here because they wouldn't have shit to go on. They couldn't do shit without us. We allow their participation in everything that's going on here. We're participating in the fraud when we allow them to do these things to us and we don't do anything about it. We are participating in the fraud when you sign up for a driver's license for this state, right? And now they have you signed up through the Department of Transportation as an employee. You know you're an employee now. Every time you get a driver's license, that's an identification for employment into the Department of Transportation. That's what you're listed as. They're getting funded for your ass too through the Department of Transportation as you being an employee for their ass. So what you do now, once you come into your senses and you take control of yourself, you can invoice their ass. You can send the whatever Department of Transportation. Hey, I didn't know that you guys had me down as this. Now that I come to my senses and I am the owner of this, and you've been using my name, I need you to pay me X, Y, and Z, whatever that amount you feel is effective for what they have been abusing you with. And you can invoice their ass, send their ass right to court. You send them, take them 3 times. You send them, give them 3 times to pay you. If they don't pay your shit, you go get a judgment on it. If they don't want to pay the judgment, you got to keep going to court. And you don't got time. You sell that shit to some damn body and get the bread for it. It's many ways to overcome these idiots.
And I just wanted to say, no, I'm not confused. I know what the Pope said. You don't update your information, sir, and that's why you're lost.
They come to get you with law and religion. Let's go to this area. We're gonna go here and set up this church and mission, and let's just start training their mind and getting them right so we can get them right where we want them. Just doing that everywhere, taking everything from everybody. when they had nothing.
And like I always say, Congress have already said they're not paying you Africans that came over on a boat. They said that 20 years ago, and they keep reaffirming that. But these niggas that came in on the boat want to keep believing that story is happening. But the Pope basically denounced that it didn't happen. They made it up. But we can prove that we've been reclassified here in America and stolen our birthrights and our land.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting back laying low and waiting on this motherfucking paper God you niggas believe in so much to swoop down and save a motherfucker. I'll be waiting on the paper God to do his motherfucking do.
Well, let's give all praises to him because I done seen him a few times, brother. I hear that. I feel you. When you see it for yourself, then you know. It's
You
one thing
gotta
to
do
hear
your
somebody
own
talk about
paperwork.
something, but it's something else when you applying it and you're doing something. And there's like multiple things to do. So, it depends on, what you want to do, how you want to move, or, just want to operate how you want to operate. A person is free to do that. That's why it's your free will. You had a will. You your own man. You in your right mind. I ain't heard you say nothing wrong so far. So far as I'm concerned, you in your right mind. Keep doing what you do. You good then. But just keeping in mind, there's many other options and remedies for things that make your life a little more sufficient to the way you want to operate it versus someone else actually setting up the operation and maybe giving you a bad kidney or some other type of shit, you know, like throwing you off in your game. Rescinding all contracts.
But that's the whole thing. The brethren keep saying he waiting on something. He waiting on something. Brethren, create your own.
Right.
And if you don't drop out of the sky, it's like it's almost sounding like a religious thing. You looking for coming out of one religion, looking to go in another one. And I don't know nothing about that. I don't know what to say about that one. That ain't what this business is about. It's about taking your own bootstrap and lacing them yourself. That's what I'm saying.
What about figuring out that who you are and standing in who you are and then seeking ways or remedies that you know you can stand in? What's in the law? What can I do? Certain things. I'll use, for example, a court case I had, right? And they were requiring me to make a certain payment, right? Even though I shouldn't have been in their court, I went on with their circus, orchestrated circus, which is what it is. But I went along with it because either way, I knew I'm gonna come out on top. So I played along. But either way, I was required to make a payment, right? Knowing that there are negotiable instruments acts that I have the right to use, right? I used one of those negotiable instrument acts to pay it, even though on their papers, their court document, it said pay this in debit or check or debit or credit card. They gave three options to pay it. I chose not to pay in either of those. So I said, what I'll do is pay with the negotiable instrument. What do I use? Will I use a money order, or should I try and get some kind of secured bond, or what would be the best thing to do? I said, oh, it's not that expensive, so I can do a stamp value. Let me do that. So that's what I chose to do. Took it to court, to the clerk, paid it to her. She accepted it, put it through the court, and I walked out. Nothing asked about it, nothing questioned about it, period. So now when it comes to the paper guide, how you're using the paper, what you're doing, what's sufficient, what's legal, and what you know you're allowed to do. And there someone questioned you because had the clerk said, "Oh, what is this, ma'am? What are you doing? Putting these stamps on here saying that this can pay for this debt." I would have simply told her, "Are you infringing upon my rights? I think you're trespassing against me as a woman being able to use the law to effectively take position for me." So she would have known. So she already knew because she ain't asking me nothing. She took it, did what she supposed to, put it right through the court. So that's just one example. So these things can work in your benefit when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, when you're knowing your position and knowing the position of these animals that keep trying to abuse you.
Well, I still seem to be of the opinion whether or not you utilize paper, shit gonna work for you if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing anyway. I don't think that's predicated upon using paper. Not saying, not saying that using paper wouldn't be an effective method. If it worked for you, it worked for you. If it don't, it don't. Que sera, sera.
Mm, that's right. Just like you're not supposed to be making down payments for vehicles, you're not supposed to be being charged for something that they're getting paid for as soon as you sign for it with your credit, and they tell you they about to run your credit. They let you know they paying for the shit right there, and they'll come back and tell you, "Hey, you didn't get approved for this." Which,
Don't even give it to them like that, because it's like no matter what you say, no matter
like
what you say,
what?
the other nigga get above and beyond. Nigga want to just sit there and wallop it and complain. Tomorrow you'll hear a whole bunch of complaining tomorrow, if not later today. Just leave
No,
them
I
fuck.
don't. I don't advocate for complaining. I think any issue you have can be addressed. Why complain? Why complain when you can address the issue?
That's right.
Complaining mean you ain't gonna do shit but complain.
Hmm.
So if you ain't gonna do shit, why waste your breath?
Right. So it's best to do something. No shit. I'd rather do something. Can't sit idly by. Hmm.
Damn, where y'all at? I ran y'all ass up.
No, I'm here. I was
Yeah, we
actually
still here, Smoke.
looking for a
Oh,
little
okay.
testimony to something out of it. Let me see. Pulling it up. Oh, here. This one right here. I like that picture right there. The little baby, so cute.